You know, back when I was in the academy, we would follow every toast with a song.
I love refrigerators.
All right, man, I'm too lazy to download 15 minutes of clips.
That's the fastest FlashCAST intro ever.
Yeah, look,
Wow.
look. Still in FlashCAST. Here faster, shorter intro. Woo, we're off to a great start, baby. All right, let's introduce everybody, by the way. First off, Raging Rhino, how you doing, brother?
Good, thanks. How are you doing? Good to be here. Thanks for having me over on Tug's channel for the first time.
I know it,
Here
man.
on the Umbrella Guys channel. Awesome.
Way overdue, brother. Way overdue. Tom, what's up, my friend?
How's everybody doing? I think I've been here a few times before, but I'm glad to be back.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute. To be fair, like last year, I barely did. There were so many crazy people in the, you know.
Well, when you graduated from that Umbrella Guy to that Umbrella God, it is a little more difficult to get a hold of you, and you know you're needed in a lot of different places for a lot of different reasons.
Elevated to a whole nother level.
To another level. Kind of like when Gandalf became Gandalf the White. Basically, yeah.
Oh man, that Umbrella Guy the White doesn't sound very good.
No, that's why Umbrella God sounds better. Exactly. You went from just guy level to God level. So now you're God tier as opposed to. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I'll keep it at that. Umbrella God. Like I said, that Umbrella Guy the White. Yeah, no, thank you. Let's see. Hey, where's he from? He's from Tennessee. Oh wait, yeah, that really sounds great.
Well, and speaking of that Umbrella God, Johnny Depp had 2 movies come out on Blu-ray this week, which is kind of cool. So yeah. Nice. Crybaby and Rango came out this week, so yeah.
I don't like Crybaby. You know why I don't like Crybaby? because my younger sister was obsessed with the movie and watched it. Oh, she was like kind of like again. Like
For those who don't know what Crybaby is,
again, and
it's basically John Waters' Grease.
Yeah,
is what it is.
Yeah.
It's exactly what it is. Yeah.
It is one of the most tame John Waters films ever, to be honest.
It's his only PG-13 movie.
Yeah.
It is.
That's amazing.
And it's his only real like big studio picture too.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's
actually
enjoyable,
a fun
to be
movie.
honest, you know.
Yeah.
And let's Crow as well. Crow, how's it going, man? I haven't seen you on FlashCast for a hot second. Great to have you, brother.
I've been working on family stuff, so. But it's been going well. How you guys
Family
been?
comes first, brother.
Oh, well, you know, it's we're working on like extending the family. So my Saturday nights have been a
Oh, I
little
was
bit
just going to
too,
make a joke
busy.
about that, but I
So you've actually been enjoying your Saturday night.
Oh, look,
Hey.
You guys want to see it? Look. Yellow Flash is a freaking in the chat. He's by the way, thanks for the $20. He's like, I'm here, but not really. Fuck you guys.
Sending us roses.
You know why he palmed off this FlashCast? Because he doesn't want to talk about Star Wars.
That's what it is.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. Yep.
Wait, Rhino, the Acolyte, you've watched it. Like, you've watched all the episodes so far?
Yep.
Okay, the fire in space. I'm still like looking at it, and I get what people say because they're like, "Oh, well, you know, in the movies when things exploded, there were sounds," and I'm like, "That's the most like dipshit argument I've ever heard in my fucking life." Right?
Yeah.
Like, she's stranded in space. There's a fire on the fucking spaceship. How the fuck is that happening? Like, I get it's fiction and everything, but like, for fuck's sakes, like, what the fuck am I watching?
Okay, I talked about this on my channel because obviously it's sort of the fire in space situation has kind of hijacked the criticism of this show, right? And that's the least of its problems.
Wait. You're telling me that it's not the most amazing 91%.
Yeah. Man, that's so typical. It's so typical now. We see this all the time. All the time.
I like the audience versus. It's like, oh yeah, 1/3 versus.
Yeah.
Listen,
and then you've got the review bombing articles and
like there's basic stuff that at this point I think that of all the people you make work on these fucking projects, there should be like one person who understands that fire doesn't work in you have so many people. Shit.
Well, somebody said it on X. They said, "This is what happens when you stop mansplaining."
Yeah.
There could be a bit of an element of that, to be honest.
Because otherwise, if you had somebody in there who actually had the balls to step up and say something, you'd have been like, "Look, guess what? This would make more sense if we had this fire inside." Because out here, especially since you got a mask on,
okay.
You kind of screwed up, and you're kind of making it look like you're dumb.
I need to talk about the fire thing for a second because, I don't know how to make this sound good in regards to. Anyway, basically, I see it as a nitpick, right? But it is a legitimate criticism. Even though nitpicks are nitpicks, they can have legitimacy behind them, right? Now, the reason why I'm saying this is because when I think it was the Book of Boba Fett came out, right? They reshot the scene of Boba Fett grabbing his dad's helmet and putting it to his head. And the dead Reek, the dinosaur basically thing that was dead behind him, wasn't there in the shot. And then you look at the two shots from Attack of the Clones and then the shot from Book of Boba Fett. They're exactly the same camera position, everything, except the Reek's not there anymore. And I pointed that out on Twitter and everybody's like, "Oh, look, see nitpickers." And that hijacked that criticism for that episode because the tweet went viral. But it doesn't take away from the fact that that nitpick had legitimacy, right? So I'm going to say, to an extent, this is like picking something out that, you know, not everyone's going to necessarily notice, but there are so many other problems with it. Now, if we look into the history of Star Wars, and this got sent to me by a few people, share my screen really quickly if you could, Tug. I nearly said Flash.
Oh, no. What?
Yeah. This
I'm hijacking this show. I'm not becoming Flash.
I treat it like a woman
No, I'm
in
just
bed
kidding.
when you say the wrong name, man. Be like, excuse
I
me?
know. This is from the Phantom Menace, right? The fire breaks out on the outside of the ship. Now, I will say the flames definitely look different. The biggest part of the problem with the one from the Acolyte is the fact that it does look like a campfire blowing in the wind, right?
Don't they also have a force field, basically? Not a force field, but a
Well, there could
protective
be,
field
but
around the ship. Yeah, that's another thing, too.
it could
Because they
be, but
lose
even-
their shields at one point, I remember. That's what I was trying to think of, shields.
But even the way that this sort of dissipates into space, like it could be being fueled by something. And that's where I would make the argument that, okay, in the Acolyte, yes, could there be something fueling it from inside the ship, from underneath? Of course, there probably could be, right? But this isn't. I've got to stop sharing my screen because this is all through DMs. Like this is from Return. This is from Return of the Jedi. Hold on a second. Hold on.
I just want to say one thing though. That's a quick scene in the film that goes by pretty fast. That fire on the ship, right?
You're sharing again, Rachel.
It's not something that you're meant to focus on very long. This fire that's in this episode, and this is why I wanted to ask you. It's kind of an essential plot point that there's a fire on the ship, right? Like you're meant to focus on that, and it triggers this part in your brain that's just like, this is retarded.
I agree with you 100%. And this is why I'm saying I don't want to take away from the criticism that it is legitimate. It is 100% legitimate. But see, the bigger problem that I've got with this scene is why have we got humans, why have we got sentient beings doing the work that droids should be doing? Right? Like they even reference it in the episode and they're like, oh, it's better and it's cheaper or something. It's like, how does that work? It's kind of the same argument with the prison scene in Andor. Right? Why are we having to pay for food, pay for plumbing so that they can go to the bathroom, have showers, all of this kind of thing, these sentient being prisoners, when we can just program droids and then there's no threat of this leak getting out in regards to what we're doing here because of the way that that's portrayed in that episode of Andor. But like, again, you know, you've got Return of the Jedi here with the burning bridge. And then there's also from Attack of the Clones, you've got some ships that are sort of burning on the outside. Look, I'm not going to take away from the criticism. I feel like it hijacked the criticism a little bit because there was so much more wrong with it than just a fire in space. And again, I do want to point out that it's not to say that the fire in space criticism isn't legitimate, because it is. But that's the thing that I didn't like. Because, man, like even the Jedi in this, I can stop sharing this now. Even the Jedi in this, like we're talking. So it's said that it's 100 years before the rise of the Empire, and the rise of the Empire is Revenge of the Sith, right? So we're talking roughly 85 years before the events of the Phantom Menace. Yoda's still a part of the Jedi Council, you would have to think, and you've got Jedi going around the galaxy looking like they're about to torture Neimoidians, or you've got Sol and Venestra having this heated argument or like frustration coming through and all of this kind of thing. And these are two highly ranked Jedi masters that should be a little bit more in control of their emotions in that sense.
Crow share it here. Let's see. Ooh.
Oh, the big guy.
Well, you said the problem with the Jedi in the show, and
back off, I'm starving.
Actually, it's funny that you bring this up. This was another one. What's this Jedi doing, carrying a kid out by the scruff of their neck, even though, yes, the kid did do something wrong to help the person break into this quote-unquote Jedi temple. But, like, he's carrying her out with the scruff of her neck. She then steps on his foot, and he's like, hey, don't. And he's got this really weird accent. Like, it's just that it's so far removed from what Star Wars ever was, and it's so evident.
You guys are so cruel, man. Hutts can be Jedis too.
Listen, I get what you mean. I get what you mean, because the thing about
Jedi
the Jedi, like,
Jedi the Heart, yeah.
The thing about the Jedi and the prequels is like they failed, but it wasn't like they were intentionally fucking assholes, right? They were misguided. You're right. They with the stuff they were doing. This just paints them as like complete fucking jackasses.
Yep.
They're like kind of evil.
To lay the foundations to make the Jedi like bad, and
like
you know, go on.
No, I was just say like Rabnad said in the chat, this guy doesn't have metachlorians, he's got metacholesterol.
Yeah. Yeah, but like there's so many issues with this show. It's funny, you know, we've heard a lot of people talking about Carrie Ann Moss and how they basically just used her through the marketing and then got rid of her. I'm expecting to see her back in a flashback of some kind, but other than that, we're not going to see any more of her.
Fucking Rabnad.
the two
he's got Jedi diabetes.
Yeah,
I don't know what you all are talking about, man.
Sorry.
This is
the
most impressive Disney Plus viewership record ever. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
I don't understand why they're celebrating this, because Ahsoka was like really good when it came out in terms of viewership, but that was 17 million. This dropped and only had like 4. Like, I don't understand how they're talking about like how this is so successful.
He's got the Jedi foot.
Funny.
He's got the Jedi foot.
Sorry, that made me laugh. That's good.
This is like, it's all. I mean, what do they count as a view anyway on these streaming?
Now
services?
that's the whole thing.
Yeah, that's always been the kicker to that.
Mm-hmm. The thing is like you've got people out there, you've got multiple channels out there that are making videos on this. What do you reckon the odds are of those people going back to their Disney Plus to clip something out of it to put into their video? Does that count as a view? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
my understanding is it's like 5 minutes of viewing counts as a view. No,
is it that long?
It's not even. I mean, in some cases it might not even be. But it used to be the standard, is that it had to be watched for 5 minutes and then you get the. But it all goes by watch hours anyway. See, they're not even. So whatever number they're throwing at us is a bunch of bullshit. It's Fugazi, right? Like 4.8 million views. Is that for both episodes or one episode?
I think it would be for both.
And is that how many watch hours is that actually? Is that how you're figuring this out? Because that's I would like to know. See, there's a big difference between watch hours and actual viewers, right? Because let's not forget, you know, things like the Snyder Cut was a huge success.
Somebody said it's shown at airports.
Didn't finish watching it though.
Yeah. But see, this is the other thing too, is like, okay, let's just say for the argument, they did get 4.8 million views. Let's just say they did. How many of those people watched
garbage.
it? How many?
It is
true, but how many of those people watched it because they knew it was going to be garbage and they knew that there was going to be some good content to make out of it or something like that?
Well,
you know,
let me put this into perspective.
I wouldn't even say that. I'd say that they inflate the numbers of their viewership, and even with those inflated numbers, they came up with a very unimpressive 4 million views. Like,
right, and the way they're putting it out there is like, this is the biggest premiere on Disney Plus in 2024 on a Tuesday after midnight.
This is the only premiere that's,
you know, like, you just got a million fucking hedges. Exactly, they got a million fucking hedges on, and just to put this into perspective here, 4.8 million. Even let's just say a flat 5 million views. That is not shit. Okay. Yeah. The average Big Bang Theory when it was on, how many viewers do you think that got every week?
Probably 15 mil, something like that.
Probably
close. 50. You're damn close. It averaged 17 to 20 million. For their finale, I think they had like 38 or 40 million.
That doesn't
right? Like, and that was one of the bigger shows that was left on the network. That's how bad the networks had gotten. Like, MASH had over 100 and some, like 120, I think, plus million viewers for their finale. Right? Like, think about that for a moment in perspective. The average Super Bowl has like 10 to 20, 30 million viewers or whatever it is, if not more. It used to do a hell of a lot more, but I don't know what it is anymore. I haven't seen the latest ones in the last couple of years.
But the other thing too,
I mean, this is nothing. This is just shit.
Okay. If you took those numbers and stretched them out over the show, okay, let's say they could hold those numbers, which they won't, but let's just say they could. You know, then you add on what are they going to get hour wise? Usually we go in watch hours, 50 million. You know, I mean, let's give them 100 million. I mean, shit like the Dahmer Monster Story had 856 million watch hours.
Well, if we do this by Zack Snyder math, they made about $4.8 billion. So keep that in mind.
But that's the thing. Like, they spent nearly $200 million making this show, And what they
Fugazi,
had,
it's nothing.
they had 5% of their subscriber base watch the show.
That's
Something
the
like
key
that.
right there, Rhino. That's the biggest problem right there.
Where did they make their money back when they only got 5%? Did they get $5 million worth of subscribers subscribed because they wanted to watch The Acolyte in regards to new subscribers?
Exactly.
Fuck no,
They're not growing. They
No
haven't
way.
grown. They've told us. We've seen their numbers. They're losing. They're losing ground substantially.
I'm really curious as far as like the Disney Plus subscribers because what was it, the X-Men 97, right? A lot of people said the series is really good. I'm not going to do anything with Disney Plus, so I don't know. But even that didn't have really good viewership from what was being released and what people were talking about. So I get that this isn't bringing anyone into the app to even watch it, but like it seems like Disney Plus is just a failed streaming service all around. Like this just seems like even if it was a good series, it was bound to fail no matter what.
It's funny that you say that about X-Men 97 though, because usually when you're watching these people on YouTube and you trust their opinion on something and the word of mouth starts to get around, normally that show then gets a little bit of traction and a few people watch it. It's funny that on Disney Plus, even with the good word of mouth of X-Men 97, no one's still gone to necessarily go and watch it. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, you have an influx of all these different streaming services, and I just don't think Disney gives much value for what you're paying for to begin with. But then also, most of their original content has been complete fucking hot garbage. So even when you have positive word of mouth, why would you pay the money to go dip yourself right back into that pool that you've already tried out?
Yeah.
It's not like Netflix. I mean, Netflix can produce some garbage content and everything, but like even right now, there's so much content on Hulu and Netflix and everything. Disney just does not compete in any way, shape, or form.
This isn't even half as good as Obi-Wan. I'm looking at the numbers here. This is less than half as good.
Well, Obi-Wan, I think, combined their first 2 episodes.
But even still, they had. I think that's what they're doing here. They got 11.2 million viewers for the first episode of Obi-Wan.
Oh, okay.
Views, not viewers, right?
No, viewers. 11.2 million viewers.
So this did less than half of Obi-Wan.
Which actually, Obi-Wan was actually close to on par, believe it or not, with Stranger Things. So that Obi-Wan actually did very well for them. This just shows you how bad they're doing with this.
To put Disney Plus into perspective, this is from their numbers too, so you really don't know how bad it is. But they, I'm
looking at Nielsen here. Actually, I'm on Nielsen's website, so just so you guys know where I'm pulling these numbers from. Sorry.
Well, for the platform itself, I mean, they admit they have burned $11.4 billion in operating costs, and they've not made a dime yet.
Yeah, that's insane.
That's fucking mental when you think about it. They went in and were like, in order, you have a stockholder rebellion. You talk about the real rebellion isn't in Star Wars, it's in fucking Disney. You know? They cut $7.5 billion in operating in cost period so they could appease stockholders and they wouldn't lose all their jobs. I mean, things are going bad.
Man.
Basically, the Acolyte had a third as many viewers as Obi-Wan.
Tom, though, for that 11 million viewers, and it's actual viewers, right? That's
what it says, viewers here. Yep.
How do they come to that number? Because
it looks like they go by view minutes, because in actual minutes, it's like
but then do they multiply? Do they say, each household would at least have 3 people watching it?
I don't know how they figure that out.
The number of viewers. How do they know that there wasn't 10 people in a room watching this one showing and one person in another room watching that show? Like, you know what I mean? Like, how do they come to a number of viewers?
Again, I don't know the exact number, and I don't know if you sent the link to Valiant. If he's listening out there, he would probably be able to explain this better than I do.
It's in the main room, so.
It's basically like they take the amount of viewing minutes, right? So, like, just so you know, like, Stranger Things, to get to that number of viewers, they had 5.1 billion viewing minutes. Okay. but compared to Obi-Wan, which only ended up with 1 billion viewing minutes by the time it was said and done, even though they were neck and neck in their first few weeks of release, in the first few episodes, Obi-Wan fell off a cliff, right?
Yeah.
So
did so many of their shows. Like people that jumped in for Ahsoka, that fell off a cliff.
Mm-hmm.
Not that it had any really good things to begin with, but that was another one. This is the thing too, like the amount of chances that the Star Wars fan base will give to Star Wars. I mean, I'm not watching it with any sense of like hope that they're going to turn the corner or make it better again. I'm already out, but I'm still watching the stuff. It's just crazy to think that this is where we're at with Star Wars, and you know, people keep watching, keep coming back to it to just see. And then they watch the first episode of something and fall off. It's like the same with Andor. Everybody talks about how Andor is so good. I disagree, but that's me. And I'm allowed to. But the Andor series, like, that gets a lot of praise, but nobody watched it.
It's because new Star Wars, we were talking about this earlier. They commit the one sin that is unforgivable, in my opinion. They're boring almost all the time. I can look at, talking about fires in space and stuff. The reason that we didn't complain about stuff like that in the past, if there was something stupid, is because we were entertained.
The story was good. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's the other thing too with like this Acolyte series is the fundamentals of, let's, for the sake of the argument, a motion picture, like a show, movie, whatever. The fundamentals of making one of those is so far out the door. Like the volume scenes are really, really small, as they usually are. And you can tell that they're shooting on a sound stage. The edits are really bad. I don't think the slow-mo and force foo, I guess we're calling it, is right in Star Wars either. For me, hand-to-hand combat in Star Wars was always fighting with a lightsaber. That's what I considered to be sort of hand-to-hand combat, at least with, force wielders, force users. I don't necessarily have a problem with like a Donnie Yen character being like a, bit of a martial arts sort of style character in the universe, but it's such a mess. They've literally, like, people keep saying they're picking up this corpse and they're beating it to death. They really are picking up this corpse of Star Wars and beating the shit out of it, and just, man.
If they could go in and, the cost of these shows are staggering. What the cost that the media shopper, and again, we know that they are much higher than the numbers that Disney puts out. But the cost for this show was what, $180 million bucks, they were saying?
Yep. And if that's at the low end, like if it comes out and it's like $240 million or something like that, wow. Like even 180 million just on its own is staggering for 4 hours of content. It's like I was watching Disparu's review of it, and he's like, he played like 3 seconds, and he goes, "Yep, that was 60 grand." And it's like, well, yeah, when you add it up, that's true. Like, you literally a character like walks across the screen, and that costs them $60,000-$70,000 to make that shot. It's insane.
Yeah, when you're talking almost $23 million per episode. I mean, you're not budgeting. And a lot of the stuff they do in there, I mean, you look at it, again, you saw the things that trend, Fat Jedi, and I mean, where's the money in any of that? There's not any. There's not. So they're burning through. God, man.
Yep.
I wish somebody would pay me to make a show.
And then you look at what a season of television used to be. 20 episodes a season. You might get episodes that go, you might get a series that only has half an hour episodes. You might get a series that's got hour-long episodes, something like Stargate SG-1. And you look at how much the expense of those things were compared to what things are costing now. And it's like, I just don't understand where the money's going. I don't know. Like, I don't understand where the $180 million is going out of the first 2 episodes that I've seen of The Acolyte. Can anybody tell me where the money's gone? I mean, you might have an episode later on down the track that was a hell of a lot more expensive than maybe other episodes because there's a lot more, let's say, CGI, or there's a lot more, combat and you need to add a lot more to it. But from what I'm seeing, this doesn't equate to, what are we talking per episode?
Almost 23 million per episode.
I didn't see $23 million in either one of those two episodes that we saw. You know,
you were talking about old TV. So I rewatched the X-Files like last year.
Yeah.
218 episodes, and at their prime, best stuff. Now again, you're talking late 90s here. It's still $2.2 million, and that is for a show you're going to make your money back on. So, we fast forward and we're spending $23 million for a subpar show that you're not going to make your money back on. That's insane.
With the X-Files episode and how much you said that cost, is there a way to work out the inflation of that and what that would be in today's money?
Yeah, give me a minute. I'll
because I'm just curious to know. What did you say it was? 2 million.
Yeah, about that. And again, that's on the high end for when they were successful. They were about, Chris Carter said they were running about, I think it was $2.5 million, if I'm remembering correctly.
Fuck the X-Files, man. Even something like Breaking Bad. Like, think about, I don't even know how much that costs, but it doesn't look like it costs a lot to make, but you can discard a lot of what it looks like because the story's so good. Again, $66 million for Stargate SG-1. Is that total for 10 seasons?
So, purchasing power now, again, this is just looking up a site, no research on it. It says that's roughly $3.8 million.
Well, man, there you go. And the amount of entertainment that you can get out of something like the X-Files compared to a show like this is
Yeah, you have these one-off runs. I mean, they've turned. We've made fun of this in other mediums, comic books and more. You get these limited edition runs, and it burns people out on this idea. There's nothing added. There's no real value. Plus, if they try to connect it to something, how many of these am I going to fucking have to watch before I know what's happening in something that comes later?
Well, that's the other thing too, is that this seems to be another part of Disney Star Wars playbook, is the whole mystery box thing, right? And I think JJ obviously sort of started that. But see, what these new creators think Star Wars is the I am your father moment. That's all they think it is. So they think that they've got to put shock and awe on the screen constantly to keep this Star Wars, quote unquote, Star Wars fan base engaged. Right? So that's why you constantly get mystery boxes, like in The Acolyte, for example. Who is Smilo Ren? What did the Jedi do for May to want to have to kill them? Right? All of these elements, and it's like, will we get any answers? Because in a lot of the other shows where we've had mystery boxes, yes, they have answered some of those mystery boxes, but they've certainly left a lot open. They don't answer the questions. So
people are bringing up other shows like SG-1. I was looking up SG-1. I was curious what it cost. So in the first season, it was $1.3 million per, and then it went up to, when it was really successful, $2 million. So again, we've lost something along the way. When movies have to make $1 billion to succeed, and I mean shows, again, God knows how much those platforms. The math on success there is totally different. You have to continue to grow those platforms.
Yeah.
So there's no success. They haven't had it for a while. I mean, Disney is still saying, "Oh, we're going to make money by the end of the year. We're going to make money," and it's like, how the fuck are you going to do that? Like, how's that going to work?
I just think about what you just said, like Stargate SG-1 and what that was per episode, and then think of the Acolyte and what we're getting there per episode. I feel like what's changed in that time is that it wasn't necessarily with something like Stargate. It doesn't necessarily matter what we're seeing on the screen. The story and the writing was so good that you can take some liberties with what you're actually seeing on the screen. Not that there was really anything too outstandingly bad with it. Whereas I think now they've got to throw all this money at it so they can make it look flashy. Not that it looks flashy, but they can make it look flashy to distract you from the bad writing.
Omniscient guy brought up Farscape. That was probably one of the best effects laden. It had Jim Henson. I love that fucking show. I love that show so much. And that I looked that up because I was like, that That would be a great comparison. You got to remember when these shows back when they had to spend a lot of money because computer effects cost a fortune, back when versus now it should be a lot easier to do. But Farscape lists at 1.4 million per episode. And I mean,
and how long ago? And we're talking what, 20 years ago, roughly?
Yeah, let me see when it debuted. I can't remember the exact year it debuted.
Like something has gone extremely wrong that if in 20 years we've gone from being able to make
99.
an episode 99, yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. So we're talking a little over 20 years.
Yeah.
Something's gone extremely wrong that if in a 25-year period we've gone from being able to make a really good episode of television for around $2, $3, $4 million, let's say, to now having to spend $20 to $25 million an episode. It's insane. It really is.
It's got to be bloat.
Do you reckon?
People keep asking shows. They're like, "How much did the Expanse cost?" I'm like, I don't know. I'm too lazy to look too many up, man.
Do you think one of the problems is because of the, let's say, woke culture within Hollywood? They've got to overpay people, like somebody like Leslie Headland, or Charmin Obaid-Chinoy, for example, the one doing the Ray movie. Like, do you reckon these people are getting an inflated salary because of their
Disney
identity?
Bloat. I think it's Disney bloat, period. So they asked about Expanse too for an entire season of that show. That's actually a good comparison because it is effects heavy. It's a modern show. That's an amazing show, by the way. The Expanse was so good. $6 million
Disney
per
don't
season.
pay nobody though. That's their MO. They don't pay for shit. But
where's all the money go though? I mean, where's the money going
in the
into?
producers' pockets and stuff? The cost of doing business. Yeah, I'm not kidding. I'm not even we've coming to learn more and more often. Half of the money that these productions cost goes into a bunch of producers' pockets for the cost of doing business, basically. And then and also Rhino, you have a point too, because you have a lot of the women now who are wanting the exact same amount as the lead actor in most cases, right? So constantly we're hearing these stories about pay disparities. It's like, no, bitch, you ain't Spider-Man, right? Yeah. And I'm not just trying to pick on Kirsten Dunst. It's not just her. It's like even what's her face from Home Improvement recently come out. She's brought a book out, and she was griping about the fact that she only made $1 million an episode when Tim Allen made $2 or $3 million an episode. It's like, bitch, it was Tim Allen's fucking show. The whole show was built on him.
Actually, a good example to give would be for that first episode of The Acolyte. Did Carrie Ann Moss get paid? Or sorry, did
quite a bit probably.
Did what's her name? Amanda Stenberg. Did she get paid the same amount as Carrie Ann Moss? Because I think Carrie Ann Moss has a little bit more star power in that aspect and probably should be paid a little bit more than Amanda Stenberg, wouldn't you think?
Maybe. I mean, that's the thing is we've hit a point where does the point go? Like, okay, so you have two women now. Does that mean somebody who's a bigger star should get paid more, or should it be equal across the board? Right? There's a lot of people that have been arguing about these things in Hollywood lately. And of course, it only matters if you're the star, I think, at this point where people actually make room to gripe about it. Because most below the line actors and people that aren't the main cast or like the main stars, they generally don't get paid dick anyway. They're just happy to be there.
My thing is there are other people that worked on that show that were actors, actresses on that show, had 2-bit parts, got paid way less than her per episode.
Oh yeah,
she didn't give a shit about any of that.
What were you going to say, Tug?
I was going to say another cost that we never work in. Look at the people that are over these shows, like a Kathleen Kennedy. How much fucking money does a person like that make? Just, again, to be in charge of these failing ships.
That's a good question. Well, yeah, look, The Acolyte, I don't know how they're making money out of Star Wars, and I don't think they are. I think that's been proven already, but I don't know why they keep throwing money at this thing so poorly as well and not producing anything good. But, yeah, in regards to The Acolyte, I mean, if what Chris Gore has been saying about episode 3, we're in for a real treat this coming week. A real treat.
Wait, what's he saying?
Okay, so he's saying that The twins are from the like a coven of witches, and the witches, two female mother witches, conceive these twins. And what else was he saying? There's pronouns coming up. I think he said that was in episode 4, though. I can't remember. The backstory, in this third episode, we get the entirety of the backstory 16 years ago, and it makes the Jedi, the Jedi that poisoned himself, the people are trying to tell me that he looks like Ryan Kennel, but I don't I don't know about that. Shit. I like Ryan, so I don't really want to start
I don't really want to say that I just said that. Got you, Ryan. Wink, wink.
But him poisoning himself didn't really make much sense. Because oh man, I was doing a stream last night and somebody was saying that in the chat, and then this came up. Share my screen real quick.
Give me a second.
Core member, of course.
Shit.
It's too bad. Ryan cops it.
Oh man. Yep.
Anyway,
that would be the perfect addition for the show, by the way.
But yeah, Chris Gore was also saying he wouldn't be surprised if by the end of this series we get an "I am your mother" moment, and Smilo Ren is one of their mothers. Or sorry, one of the two mothers that conceived them or something.
Do we get space pronouns, by the way? I mean, is it all like how bigoted do you have to be to just think like in space, all of this shit, you're going to have him, he, him, she, whatever the fuck, and so on. We're going to get the basics. Come on, let's get some really creative ones,
We already got pronouns in the Tales of the Empire. So they've already, Tales of the Empire was the shorts animated series that came out before the Acolyte. And in that series, again, not something that a lot of people watch, but in that series, they've already started with the pronouns. I'm trying to find the clip now because I remember tweeting it, so I'm just scrolling through. But, man, Star Wars now is no longer for Star Wars fans. It hasn't been for a very long time.
Dude. I don't know what you're talking about, man. That's what I wanted from Star Wars. When I think Star Wars of my childhood, I think, you know what it really needed? Pronouns. That's what it really needed.
Pronouns.
Yeah. When I was mine, all those fucking figures, and I got my AT-AT and stuff, I was thinking, man, I wonder what the driver's pronouns are.
Oh, I gotta find this fucking.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to find that there.
Oh,
yeah, Rhino, what's your cat's pronouns? Somebody asked.
Cat's pronouns are, oh man, Dumb and Dumber.
Dumb and Dumber.
Yeah, they're funny. They're named after one's Eric and one's Charles. For those in the chat that don't know, and they're named after Eric and Charles from X-Men. Here we go. Now it's a long clip. I've put this on my YouTube and stuff like that, and I didn't get hit for it. So hopefully you don't.
I'm figuring by now, these shows, usually if it's not demonetized, I would be stunned.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. So let me just give you a little bit of context here. This is Barriss Offee, right? For those of you that know her, this is a Jedi that we don't know, right? And there's also Lynn, who is like the Sith Master or the one of the Inquisitors, basically. So just I'm confused here at the beginning. So let's just play this out.
Well, that's a Jedi we don't know. Another female.
You're a traitor and a murderer.
No, a young dude.
All right, let me pause there. So again, look, that's the character there. Don't know if it's male or female or anything. Now, that character, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit, gets stabbed in the back by this chick, and then this happens. Listen to this. Oh, let me make sure I got full volume here, first of all.
Oh.
They're still alive.
They're still alive.
We need to get them to the ship. We can save them.
We need to get them to the ship. We can save them. and they're talking about one person. What?
Let them
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Non-binary. Of course. No wonder I couldn't tell whether or not it was male or female. Fucking they there.
Neither can they.
Anyway, so that's where pronouns started in Star Wars. We've already got pronouns in space. And guess who made that, everybody? Dave Filoni. Your savior.
I thought he saved Star Wars. I heard that 7,000 times. He was coming in and saving it all.
Man, I just can't stand the whole thing behind Dave Filoni. I just don't get it anymore. Maybe at one point he was loyal to George Lucas, and maybe at one point he was like, he did actually understand Star Wars, but he has gone full in on the messaging with Kathleen Kennedy and everybody else there. And that actually, Tom, do you know anything about Favreau?
I haven't heard much about him lately.
Because
I know they were supposed to be making that movie, but there hasn't been much movement on it.
Well, I haven't heard. You don't see him anymore. You see Dave doing stuff, but you don't see John doing anything.
Well, and we kind of reported, and so did Pro and all those guys. We were hearing rumors that he kind of was pretty much out, and then we got his movie. But then, yeah, that's been kind of languishing. Because otherwise he hasn't really been working on too much else other than just Star. Like, he's got executive producer credits, but that's about it lately.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, not much.
I don't know.
Just The Mandalorian and Grogu is the only thing that's on his upcoming, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, how late now?
Yeah.
Shit.
But yeah, look, all our entertainment at the moment is being filled with a lot of the messaging and stuff like that. There's sometimes you get a little diamond in the rough.
Oh, this is interesting here. According to the guy over at Puck, I forget his name, Matt Maloney. I guess Favreau made a shit deal on the first season of Mando, and that's kind of one of the things that's causing issues. He's not getting any cut from the merchandising, I get.
Oh wow,
yes.
that was a major fucking one of his parts there.
Mm-hmm. Maybe Kathy did come in and steal it from him, like we thought, or reported, I should say. Because at least that's what I was thinking too. Because it's like everything was great up until Luke returned, and then as soon as that happened, Book of Boba Fett and all that, everything went off the rails. And that's when also that Kathleen Kennedy was working on that Blood and Bone stuff, and supposedly. Actually, I don't know supposedly about it. I believe, what's his face? Chapek himself said that. He said that's not what Lucasfilm is about. Lucasfilm is about Star Wars and Indiana Jones and stuff. So yeah. Anyway, you were about to say sorry.
I was going to say, like, the Book of Boba Fett went from shit to unforgivable to me. Because, again, right there in my child, I was like, man, how many things? You're not just fucking up my childhood, the fucking up the things that I love. I mean, it's a disgrace. Like, I couldn't, I stopped, I watched a couple of episodes of that and I thought, this is hot garbage. And then I would see the clips that would come out. I was like, oh shit, man.
Yep. Did you watch any of the Obi-Wan Kenobi show?
I did a little bit, yeah.
That was unforgivable for me.
Yep.
That was
unforgivable. I try to at least watch the first show, that way when not to be confused with pay for the first show, just to make that clear. I try to watch the first show just to make sure, because I know it's going to come up in conversation. And, you sit down with a lot of people that they give opinions on it, but they haven't watched it. I want to give an objective opinion. I'm not saying give your money to fucking Disney either. Fuck Disney. I'm not giving my money when I do that, but I do want to know where that is.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Man, where do they go from here? How much more money do they throw at it? How much more money do they spend and not get any return on before they actually start to, quote unquote, turn a corner?
Well, what else do they have? I mean, as far as Disney Plus, outside of, we have the Marvel franchise stuff that, again, a lot of that doesn't hit. And we have Star Wars. What else can they try to expand that on?
Yeah, man. I don't get how I know that Disney make money from their parks and all of this kind of thing, but man, they are throwing a lot of money. And if I was an investor, and I saw what I'm like, quote unquote, follow the science. If you see what you see, like, how can you be happy with anything going on right now?
Well, they weren't. I mean, again, that's why they had the freaking,
True.
they had a real rebellion. I mean, it looked like they were going to lose control of it to shareholders. You had some big shareholders step up, and I've seen companies.
At the end of the day, they didn't. Did they fake an election? Did they commit fraud in the election?
They finally got things under. You've got a lot of power players. It's kind of like we watch series on stuff like that happening, and it was like watching a movie play out, because this stuff, it was so bad that it spilled out into the public. We've seen it in smaller companies, but usually, like a Disney, it's unheard of. They may have power struggles, but you don't hear about them.
Yeah. Hey, Crow, got a question for you.
What's up?
How do you feel about the dialogue at the end of episode 1 with Smilo Ren telling May that, like, blades and blasters aren't going to hurt Jedi, and you've got to attack a Jedi without a weapon and kill the dream?
Man, listen, there's so fucking Christ, dude. I hate this shit, right? Like, there's just such fucking garbage in this fucking garbage. Oh man, it actually gives me a headache to think about, right? It really does. And as far as that idea, I get it. I get that Darth Maul got chopped in half and they brought him back, and that's supposed to be like a one-time thing. But now I actually do believe that statement was correct, because how many times do they get stabbed with a fucking lightsaber and it doesn't kill them? So maybe they're correct. Maybe you really do have to kill the fucking dream, because the lightsabers are kind of useless at this point.
It's true. There is an element of that. Although, like, to say that, metal and blades and weapons and stuff like that aren't going to hurt a Jedi when she's literally just killed a Jedi using a throwing knife, a little dagger blade, doesn't really add up to me when we've literally just seen it. It's like, okay.
Well, no. That happened earlier in the episode.
That's what I mean, though.
Yeah,
that happened earlier.
Rhino. That happened like 20 minutes ago in the episode. We're on a different scene altogether now.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's a different scene. It's a different scene. Different rules now. Different rules.
My bad.
Yeah,
my bad.
No wonder the Jedi got wiped out, though. I mean, shit. Their lightsabers don't do shit to anything. They
don't even use their lightsabers. Not one of them actually pulled it out until, like, oh, well, and then there's the line, only a Jedi pulls out their weapon if they're prepared to kill. It's like, what?
It's because they talk you to death first. It's like, holy shit, I'm going to leave this fight because this is really boring.
I'm like, you could go back to literally any of the other Star Wars films and point out all the times they drew their lightsabers without the intent to fucking kill.
Yeah, just popping them out. Just so we can listen to hell yeah. Now it's, again, a Jedi power. I didn't realize they have powers, but I didn't realize one of the powers was to nag me to the fucking death, I mean, God.
I reckon it's funny when, Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon go back to Theed in The Phantom Menace, and they're running around Theed with their lightsabers on, but they're running away from the enemy, even though, they've got their blades out because they're prepared to kill, but they run away with their blades on. Anyway, it's just Star Wars is so bad right now. And I don't see it. I say right now, it's not turning a corner anytime soon. It ain't coming back. It's done.
I mean, it is. It's interesting to watch this shit drop, because that it's like you guys are just talking about. That Disney is suffering right now, and I don't know how much longer they can continue to fight it off. Right? I know that they were able to overcome the whatever the takeover, whatever was going on. But how much longer are you gonna be able to fight that shit off? Because you clearly care far more about putting out your own messaging than you do generating profits for your shareholders. So, I mean, those people are, it's just, they're losing money every single time. And you keep promising them that it's all gonna work out. It's all gonna get better. And it never fucking does. So I'm okay with them putting garbage like this out there. I hope that they don't come out with like a hit series. I hope that they don't bumblefuck themselves into like Picard
into a good project. They're gonna fumble their way into a good show.
Look at the Picard series, right? It was a complete fucking joke, and then the final season, it just happened to land into the lap of somebody that actually cared, and nobody else was looking at them. It was they mistakenly created something that was worth watching. I don't want Disney to do that. I want them to continue to fail because I want more pressure put on them. I'm okay with this shit. Like, I give up on Star Wars. I'll wait like 10 years for it to get fucking rebooted because it will eventually be rebooted.
Holy shit. I don't want to bring this up as a topic because it's drama related, but this is wild. So, the Riley guy, the Eric July, again, I don't want this as a topic. I want a discussion on it, but apparently he's been arrested because of the Eric July stuff. Like about a dozen people sent that to me. Yeah. That's a Kinocopter is reporting that. I was like, damn, I try to get along with everybody, and I haven't kept up with a lot of it. I saw that early on, a lot of that stuff, and I had no idea how far some of this stuff, it goes or escalates. I didn't realize there were arrests or anything else. I was like, holy shit. Anyway, like I said, I'm not trying to topic that. I'm not trying to be a drama I had plenty of discussion from last week, so I don't want that this week.
No, we don't want that this week.
No, love to everybody there.
I got a palate cleanser. Share my screen real quick.
Okay, I had like a dozen people send me that, and I was like, what the fuck?
That's it.
Hey, can somebody hold this for a minute? I'm going to have periodically. I'm going to have a kid interruption here.
Yeah.
So,
Anyway. Kid.
Yeah. All right. I'll be right back.
What else could we talk about in regards to the Acolyte?
I really don't want to talk about it anymore.
I know. I'm just thinking, because we're on it, and Tugs, you've got to control this thing.
Well, listen, I have you guys seen the new Bad Boys film?
I did.
Dude, I really loved it. I watched it with my wife last night. It was so fucking funny. And I remember when they brought it back, what was it, like just a couple of years ago? And I was like, that film was okay, but this movie was it was fucking hilarious. And the action sequences in it were really good. It was completely devoid of any like modern day fucking politic bullshit. I mean, I just fucking, it's such a good film. It's such a good summer movie. You have to go watch that movie. Like, I'd rather talk about like something like that.
Honestly, yeah.
Total bitch.
I mean,
I've heard good things.
I don't know if I'd say it was good as Bad Boys for Life, because I really enjoyed Bad Boys for Life. I want to see this again though, and it may go up in the ranks for me, but this definitely feels like we've gotten to like the Lethal Weapon point of the series. Right, like this is really kind of taking that kind of role of a action film franchise. Yeah, it definitely has a strong family, very strong family message, very strong male message, very strong like storyline of what it means to be a father and a son. The women are not like overpowering in any way. And there's a great bit that pays off for Reggie, the guy who's the boyfriend from part 2. That yeah. He is awesome in this movie. What was that?
I love that door scene when he's here to pick up the
chitty bang bang, motherfucker.
Maya,
you ain't no 15. You 30.
My 4-year-old came in. She was like, "There's a fly in my room." It woke me up. I was like, "A fly?"
Oh no!
She's like, "Kill it, kill it." I was like, a fly.
At least it's not like there's a monster under my bed or something like that.
Yeah.
At least it's just
that's her equivalent.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's so weird. Like we have some tarantulas as pets, and she's okay with that. But if anything's outside of a cage, I don't care if it's an ant, spider, ant, fly, whatever. It's got to die.
It's gotta die.
Yeah, it has to. She's like, oh god. All right.
So with Bad Boys, just quickly, with Bad Boys, Tom and Crow, being that you've seen them all, how do you rank them?
Oh, Bad Boys, yeah, that's a good topic. Yeah.
Of course, the first film's the best. Always will
Yep.
be. 3 and 4 are so tight. Like they're almost interchangeable to a point where you almost have to have one. You have to see 3 to get to 4. And 2 is my least favorite still. But 3 and 4 have retroactively helped lift 2 up because of characters that and storylines that originated there. Like these last 2 movies have really tried to tie things back, and they've done a really good job, in my opinion. Now,
Well,
the audience
movie
rating
was all about the captain
up
getting
there.
killed.
Yeah, I mean, so that actually happened in the last film, but it kind of extends from there and stuff that was kind of semi set up in the last movie. But unlike most movies where it feels like everything's being set up for a sequel, that movie was its own self-contained story. Now, this is a story that builds upon that with threads that were left open from that storyline. And Martin steals the show. I mean, he's fucking hilarious in this movie. As serious as Bad Boys for Life was, this one goes the other direction with the humor and really amps it up even more.
Listen, I would say it's 1, 4, 3, and 2 for me. Like I think this one was really fucking funny. Like, and yeah, I really like Martin Lawrence, so that's probably why I like this one so much, because he definitely steals the show. He steals every single scene that he is in, right? Every single one. And when they're trying to have like that emotional moment with Will Smith and his son, and Martin's just like, narrating fucking for them the entire time. That shit's great. The whole thing where he thinks he cannot die. Like,
yeah, I wasn't trying to spoil too much, but yeah, like, so
that's at the beginning of the movie.
It is kind of like, so
die is at the beginning of the movie.
The neat thing about this movie is you kind of flip roles on the guys, and it's all because, normally it's Martin who's the more neurotic dad role type, but Will gets married in the beginning of this movie, and he starts having these panic attacks. And also what happens at the beginning, and this is in the trailer, so it doesn't really spoil anything. Martin has a heart attack and at Will's wedding. And so when he's under, he has this vision in this thing. So he thinks when he wakes up that it's not his time and nothing will kill him. So now he's the one acting like Mike always was.
That's actually pretty good.
And Mike is like freaking out like the old guy all the time now because he's got all this shit on his mind. And yeah, they do a really good job with that. And it's fun and it plays into the humor really well, like Martin's humor, especially. Like even the scenes that are in the trailer, they don't even show the best bits. That's the greatest part. So this is also one of those things where I can say, if you've seen the trailers, you still ain't even seen the best bits in the movie yet.
Yeah,
so.
okay, good. But I heard that there was also a slap scene, which is sort of
yes, and I don't really want to spoil it because it works so well in the film and it doesn't distract. And you want to know how I know it doesn't distract? Because there was like 2 or 3 people that I talked to that saw this movie. They're like, "Oh shit, I didn't even think about that until after the movie." I'm like, "Oh yeah," because just it basically a character slaps Will to wake him up from like his panic attack, and then slaps him again and again and again.
I've always liked the Bad Boy movies, man.
It almost looks like he really took a few slaps there. Like, for real.
Me too, Todd.
Yeah.
Yeah, this movie does humble Will Smith a lot. So, like, you can definitely tell this is him saying, "I'm sorry."
That's what you need. Self-deprecating humor. I mean, that's how you come back with your apologies. Like, that's how you do it all the time in anything.
Yep.
Too bad he didn't dump his wife at the end of the movie being like, "Jada, we done."
Go back to Tupac.
Yeah.
Jesus.
You love him more anyway.
Oh, God.
Go back to Tupac.
Yeah, take this. Tell Tupac I love him, too. Oh, I love what the fuck. Oh, great. I don't know. I've been catching up on some movies. Tom, have you seen that movie Abigail, the new horror movie?
I've heard a little bit about, but not much.
Dude, that was great, man. Like it had. I watched it because it had Giancarlo Esposito. I was like, if nobody's seen it, it's a horror movie. They give away a lot in the trailer, so I'm not spoiling anything by telling you this. These people kidnap what they think is the daughter of a mob boss. She's like a younger girl, like a really young girl, and they lock her in this big house. Well, it turns out she's a vampire. She starts killing everybody, and they give all that away in the trailer. But I thought that won't be that great. Yeah, it was. It was pretty damn good. Yeah.
Don't you love that when you get pleasantly surprised by a movie?
Yeah. That I like
Yeah.
that. I actually like that movie Sting. I like giant spiders kill. I love creature feature movies, and that that giant spider movie. I was surprised it came out at R. When you have a creature feature at R, I wonder why. It's either gratuitous gore or it's a lot of nudity, one or the other, and it was gratuitous gore. So it's like, hell yeah, giant spider killing everybody in an apartment. I can deal with that. Yeah.
Do you watch shows like Sharknado?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Completely
That's,
ridiculous.
see, that's why, like when we were talking Star Wars, I can forgive stupid because I've watched a lot of stupid stuff. But these movies want to take themselves very seriously, and they want to take away all the action and all the fun. They want to be serious to the point they're boring now. Like a Sharknado it knows it's not. I mean, it's a tornado full of sharks. Come on,
Yeah, it's not taking itself all that seriously.
Yeah. And it knows what it is. Star Wars doesn't know what it is anymore. It forgot what it is. And that's probably the saddest thing of all.
Well, it's not just Star Wars, though. It's all the big IPs. All the big things that we used to love don't know what they are anymore.
Well, I disagree with that. I think they know what they are. It's just not what they're supposed to be. They are vehicles for delivering these people's ideology, and that's all it is to them. That's all it will ever be to them.
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, I mean, we look at it, we're like, this is batshit crazy. This isn't generating money. You're chasing out your audience, and they're just like, well, no. This is exactly what we want, right? This is exactly what they want to give you. And that's why it's frustrating because they want it to be taken super seriously and they want to take all the fun out of it because these people can't stand being laughed at. They can't stand their ideas being laughed at. Even if it's a bad person in the show that's laughing at it, they can't stand that. That ticks them off. That makes them fucking irate and furious. Sure. So you're going to get these super serious fucking episodes. And it's not going to make any fucking sense because their worldview doesn't make any fucking sense. And there's not going to be any levity. There's not going to be any self-deprecation because they do not think that their ideas are funny. They think they need to be treated super fucking seriously.
Yeah, well, they believe their ideology, don't they? They truly believe that is they're doing good shit at the end of the day. Sorry, Tug, go.
No, I thought the ideology thing was a good point, especially considering when you look at the quote unquote good guys in something and what ideology like they throw out into the world. At one time, most of the people we see there would be villains, but you can't be a villain these days if there's a giant checkbox to it now.
Yeah, you've got to be a misunderstood villain these days, especially if they're a woman. No, it's true though. Like, if they're a dude and they're a villain,
I know I was rolling my eyes.
Yeah, they're just stupid, dumb, and actually get their ass handed to them. But if you're a female and you're a villain, they've got to make sure that it's just this misunderstood, or they end up being the victim, which resulted in them essentially being the villain, and then they can turn the corner. Yeah. That's what it comes down to now.
You look at classic villains. I mean, the best villains out there, like Magneto, for example. They would never take a backstory like Magneto's if it didn't already exist and turn that into a villain story. I don't think they would do that.
No, you're right. You're 100% right, Doug. And that goes along with what I've said before. And that's the fundamental problem with these individuals that are working on this shit is because they're of this mindset that they don't even understand what traditionally makes a hero and a villain and a villain, right? Like, in its simplest terms, basically it's a hero is somebody who has something that happens to them that could be tragic, and they do whatever they can to try and make sure it never happens to anybody ever again. A villain, on the other hand, is somebody who has something happen to them that's tragic and tries to take it out on everybody else. Well, the problem is they relate to the latter. They think that they're justified in being able to take out their, whatever it is they feel they've been wronged in life out on the rest of the world. And that's why we have all these quote unquote sympathetic villains now, right? And I agree, Tug's right. They would never in a million years made Magneto a bad guy now. They wouldn't. He'd be the biggest hero in the MCU. Why? Because he's a victim who was, literally dealt with, the Yahtzees and all that business. Oh yeah, they would totally use that.
Well, they think that his murders are justified, and I think that's
exactly. And I experienced this during Chucky season 2. Because the first season I was okay with. They introduced some new characters that happened to be gay. Guess what? I didn't care. It didn't overpower the story. Anybody who's followed Chucky before knows that Chucky went queer, right? Because the original creator was always gay. And it always had that kind of bend to it. But the problem is once they got to the second season, you literally have gay and queer characters killing other people and using, you know, the fact that they were misgendered as justification for doing so. And the show is playing it in a way that it is like showing, like it's like, no, are you fucking insane?
Yeah.
But that's how they think about it, though. They really do think that it is okay to use physical violence against people that do not agree with them. They always believe that. They always like make these snarky little snide jokes about it, while at the same time pretending that other people are the ones that are being violent towards them. Right? This is nothing new.
Yeah.
This is like.
But see, you go back into the past in regards to villains, right? And villains. Majority of villains have always been written actually pretty well. I mean, the most recent villain that we had that was written, I think, really well was from Infinity War, right? Thanos in Infinity War. I think that as a villain, you know, after that it was a little bit, but up to that point, I think Thanos was really good. But I always, when I think of villains, right, I actually think of The Rock, right? Great movie, right? Nick Cage. I love that movie. But think about the villains in that movie for a second, right? It gets to a point where they've got to launch the rockets, right? And the guy, the leader, I can't remember his name, great actor, he doesn't want to launch them, but then his subordinates and the people around him do want to launch it. Like, this is no bluff. We're not bluffing here. And then they have this massive shootout, right? That's that. Up until that point, you're thinking, fuck, there's a major threat here. They're going to launch these missiles. They're going to fucking kill San Diego, kill San Francisco, right? But it gets that because the characters are written so well. The villains are written so well. Their motivations are written so well that by the time you get to the point where it's either they're going to launch or not, like, you don't know what's going to happen in that moment, and it makes it so compelling to watch.
You also don't have redemption arcs. I mean, you look at what made Star Wars great. I mean, we have a classic villain, you know, in Darth Vader. Look what happens to him. So few words really establish him. They do so well with so little, and then, you know, when you get to the end of his arc, I mean, it's amazing, and they just throw all of that out the window. They're afraid to take any chances anymore, and it's horrible. I think that's why they ruined movies like one of the movies I really was looking forward to out of Marvel Universe was Age of Apocalypse. I thought, man, you know, that story is amazing, and they were afraid. I think they were afraid to get into it, just to be honest. And they made such a cookie cutter piece of shit movie. Oh, that movie makes me so mad. I'll get on a rant about that movie. I have to watch that. Let's look at that Trump document. This is you know, Flash. I was like, so Flash, what would you have covered today if you? And he was like, this. I was like, oh yeah, you know, that was interesting. So anybody that hasn't come up with the Trump trial, woo, my God, not even going to get into the beginning of all of that. It has been. It's just crazy. But this popped up, and this has been a huge area of discussion. This is real, by the way. It is listed under the New York courts. So there's actually a link if you look up the Benny Johnson post here. They did put it up. I wanted to make sure it was real anyway before, but I'm glad they put that up there. But as they note, I'm going to read this. They note the judge sends a letter to the parties in the New York Trump case notifying them that this comment was left on Facebook page before the verdict. So listen to this here. Quote, "Dear counsel, today the court became aware of a comment that was posted on the United Courts System's public Facebook page, and which I now bring to your attention. In the comments, the user, Michael Anderson, states, quote, my cousin is a juror and says Trump is getting convicted. Thank you, folks, for all your hard work. The comment, now labeled as 1 week old, responds to a routine UCS notice posted on May 29th, regarding oral arguments in the fourth department of, it's small here, so it's hard to read for it, of the appeal division unrelated to this proceeding. The posting entitled "The Appellant Decision, Fourth Department" will hear oral arguments this morning at 10, and the comment are both viewable at. So before the decision comes in, you have a judge pointing out, hey, what about this comment here? What's going on? And this caused a firestorm online when it came up.
So, can something like this get him off, or does it then need to go to a retrial?
Well, it can get him off if the jury was discussing the trial outside of the courtroom. That would make it a mistrial, but you would need to prove that that's what happened. And that's where I was saying that there's nothing to prove that this statement from this person is legitimate, that they actually know anyone on the jury, that or any of that, right?
It looks like a fake post to me. Like, I haven't researched to see if there's been anything.
There's one thing that is kind of interesting. If you look at the letter where it says what the post is, the judge actually took out one of the sentences from that post. So if you share my screen, I have the original Facebook post.
All right, give me a second here.
So that first sentence he clipped out, and I have no fucking clue why he did it, but it's just one of those things where I don't really think there's anything here, but it definitely.
So people are
weird.
saying he admitted to being a troll. That's what they're like. I mean, this has been raging, and it looks like a troll comment, especially with that first statement there when you add in all the context.
This is what I mean. Like, it's weird that you would just take this part out, because this here makes it look like it makes it look super fucking fake, right? And then if you look at the comment that he leaves in reply to his own post, he goes, "Now we are married." He's talking about his fucking cousin up here.
Right. Yeah.
Look at it.
It's amazing. Like, people saw that fall in and as a document, and it's like that. Holy shit, that's crazy, And like I said, it erupted as a firestorm out there, and it was indeed a legitimate document. And the thing was, like, Crow right off the bat was like, no way that would have been real. No way. And then pulling that up, I mean, come on,
Yeah,
that's not a comment on the trial either. I mean, I watched. I don't know how many. If we're talking political corruption,
Actually, Tuck, I want your opinion on this, because, you followed some of the trial here that happened in New York, I guess.
Yeah, I watched some of it. I didn't do commentary. I don't do political commentary.
Oh no, I was just curious, because one of the things that's been popping up a lot. And this has even been coming up with people that are anti-Trump who have mentioned it, which is the judge is overtly like completely biased against Trump, right?
Yeah.
Like there is ample evidence. There's a lot of issues with his daughter, who's been openly fundraising off of the trial, with the judge also having donated to anti-Trump PACs for his current election, right? So there's a lot of issues with the judge. So one of the things I was wondering is, do you think that the only reason why this happened was the judge wants to just put something out there to go like, oh, look, I am taking this seriously. That's why I highlighted this, to kind of like try to save face with the public or something?
I think you have to address it. So, as far as an appeal issue, I mean, you do have to take it seriously, and yes, the judge has to. I mean, that's as part of it.
I don't think the judge had to, though. Like, if
you don't want this coming up,
attorneys come out and point this out, they can take it up as an issue with the court. And one of the things that would happen is they'll go like it's a fucking troll post and laugh them out, right? The judge is the one who highlighted this issue to both parties. I think that it's just. I think it's like what do you call it? Like, it's a giant red herring, right? I think it's just meant to mislead people, to make them think the judge was taking the case seriously, when, I mean, obviously he has just bumblefucked this case up.
I think it makes you a little more appeal proof too, because again, you document the fact that's you document the fact that, look at this troll post, and if something else comes up that was, let's just say, like this, that actually happened, then it takes away a lot of credibility too. There's another trial. What fascinates me about this is something people don't talk about. I mean, we just had one of the biggest political corruption cases that I've ever seen. There was this thing, I'm not going to just drone on about it, but I'll give you just a brief overview. It's called the 1MDB case. If people haven't seen anything on this, like, this is insane. It essentially, you had Malaysian government officials working with a Chinese spy and other folks. They took $4 billion. They stole it from the Malaysian people, and they used it to buy power and prestige. At first, they were buying up people in Hollywood. Like Wolf of Wall Street, for example, was funded by this fraud here, which is kind of funny considering what Wolf of Wall Street is. And you had Leo DiCaprio. He was called in to testify. But one element in it that's really fascinating, and no one talks about this, Praz from the Fugees. He was working as a middleman between the Malaysian government official, the people that were there, and this Chinese spy. He was using straw donor money. He was taking like hundreds of thousands of dollars and admittedly pumped it into the Obama administration. It's insane because Praz is going to go to prison for this. He has been found guilty of this. So you're talking about political corruption at an insane level. Not a peep about it. You're not hearing about like
anything.
Yeah, no Obama administration people are going to prison for this. So you want to talk about farces and political trials. This is the kind of stuff that proves it. You don't just have to look at the trial and look at how it goes. You look, when does this ever happen? I'm talking about on that level. We've seen officials charged at smaller levels, but what we're looking at here, I mean, again, if we want to, I'm all for putting the system on trial. If we want to put them all on trial, fucking A, let's burn them all out.
Oh my God. The most infuriating thing that's come out of this trial is people going, nobody is above the law. And I'm like, this is the most retarded thing I've ever heard, because the first conviction of a sitting U.S. president has nothing to do with international conflicts that we start overseas, like illegal drone strikes, extrajudicial assassinations of U.S. citizens, abuses of law enforcement, weaponizing government agencies against certain groups of people. None of that. The first conviction of a U.S. president is improperly filing a payment to a prostitute. Yeah, nobody is above the fucking law. That is the biggest joke I've ever fucking heard.
The funny thing is that they tried to get him on all these other different things that you could say could have more legitimacy than maybe something like this, paying off a prostitute. This is the other thing too, is there's been so many other prosecutors out there that have said we would never have taken this to trial, right?
Well, here's the problem. The federal government refused to prosecute Trump on these charges. Then the New York state court has him charged based on a theory that he did violate one or two different federal laws that the federal government has already said did not happen. That's the Trump trial. Because the thing is, the judge said that the jury could vote him guilty based on whether or not they thought that he had done it to, illegally interfere with an election, which is a federal crime that the federal government already said he did not do in this case, or he did it to cheat on his taxes, which the federal government already declined to prosecute him on, or he did it to cover up other illegal business filings, which is a state crime that they also didn't prosecute him for. And the judge said as long as the jury believed one of those things had occurred, then they could vote guilty. This is what I mean by it just being a fucking joke of a trial. And you look at the shit like Nancy Pelosi, right? There's entire Reddits that are dedicated just to following Nancy Pelosi's stock options, right? Like her trade, following her portfolios, and people have become fucking millionaires just off of copying her stock portfolio.
Yeah.
That 1MDB again, Leo DiCaprio.
Not a single person's ever been prosecuted for it, and we all know it's happening every single fucking day.
Yeah, I always hate the words like open secret. It's like, it's not a fucking secret. It's just, it's there. We all know it happens, This is out of that one MDB trial. You have DiCaprio again. This tells you how much like the media shields too. Imagine you have Kim Kardashian like in deposition. She told the FBI, this guy, he started inviting her to go to functions, to build up the optics there. And what he would do, he would pay them in bags of cash. She talked about taking, I think it was $200,000 in a carry-on in a garbage bag. And I mean, it's just insane stuff. He paid Kanye millions to put on a private concert for I think 7 people on a yacht, and he's paying them in like in art and just crazy stuff. But it looked like at first he was buying prestige until you look at what they use that for. And a lot of people, they lost the element. Even when the media reports on it, they talk about the Malaysian connection, but they don't talk about the fact that one of the guys that was working with that was a Chinese spy. I mean, so here you have DiCaprio saying back in 2012, I was having conversations with one of the people that was involved. It was a casual conversation about the party he supported. I told him what I was in support of, and he told me that he or a group was going to make a significant donation to the Democratic Party. It was going to be around $20 or $30 million. And they also, as part of that, paid for a sit down after the Wolf of Wall Street. They paid for a sit down with Obama, and they also, there's a photograph of the guy that's mentioned in here with Obama's father, because again, they were paying for access. And like I said, and like Crow said, I mean, we know about all this stuff. And even when we have trials, if we do get to a trial and it's brought up, nobody pays at all. So to see this Trump stuff.
Look at the difference in what's going on in the Trump trial in New York, right? You go into an area where they voted, I think, 5% in his favor in that district, right? The judges absolutely refuses to let them go to a different venue, even though everybody knows you're never going to fair trial for Trump in fucking Manhattan, right? Biden's son is currently being put on trial in Biden's home fucking county, where his wife and other members of the Biden family who are super influential in this area are all sitting there in the fucking courtroom every single day looking at the jury. How the fuck is that a fair trial, right? Just based on levels of influence, right? You look at the difference. You take Trump and you put him in the most unfriendly district that you can possibly fucking find on these trumped up charges that are absolute bullshit. The idea that statute of limitations stops when you leave the state is the most retarded shit I've ever fucking heard. But that's what they use to justify some of these charges, right? But then in the Biden case, it's like, no, let's let that one go into his home county where they've voted for Biden for the past fucking 40 years to the Senate. Yeah, this makes total fucking sense. And you bring this shit up and it's like, oh, respect the courts. I'm like, what are you talking about? You had a kid in Wisconsin or whatever, the Rittenhouse trial, right? That was the judge's bias, the judge is cheating, oh, he gets off, and the whole court system's corrupt and it's bullshit and they should set aside the verdict and all this garbage, right? That was a kid being prosecuted, right? A random fucking kid. These are the fucking former president of the United States and the current president's son. And you're going to tell me that the courts are completely unbiased and there's no political influence whatsoever when you were screaming off the top of your lungs that in the Rittenhouse trial that was happening to a random fucking kid?
Yeah.
These people are fucking insane because they're so hypocritical.
I love that the Trump trial is based on trumped up charges. Like, I love that. But the thing with Trump, I wanted to ask you guys, because obviously I'm in Australia. I don't fucking, I want Trump to be president. I think the best 4 years of my life was when Trump was president. Because if America's doing well, then a lot of the rest of the world is doing well. But where do we go from here? Like, first of all, my question's sort of 2 parts. So let's say this whole thing with this troll is just a troll and it's just a hoax, or the judge has put it out there to try and save face a little bit, or whatever the case may be. What can Trump do to try and get off on this ridiculous case? But then on top of that too,
let's say it just goes through, is he still able to become president? And then what happens if he does end up becoming president in regards to then his quote unquote political opponents and how corrupt they are? I mean, he said in the election that he did win that he was going to throw Hillary behind bars, or he was going to do something.
Here's real quick. Trump walked that back almost immediately when he first took office. He even said like he shouldn't have made those statements and shit like that, right? But then you look at the way they've treated him, and this trial here, realistically, even though they're felony charges, there really should not be prison time. They believe that they'll probably try to get him on house arrest, but I'm sitting there going, you've crossed every fucking line in this trial every single time. The idea that you would not then also try to put him behind bars is insane to me. I think what winds up happening, though, is realistically, he probably won't go behind bars. But even if he did, he's still going to become president, and he's going to be in his cell with fucking Secret Service because they have to stay with him. And you know what's going to happen? Well, they don't have to pardon him. He can just tell him, open the fucking doors. And I'm going to the White House. You're not going to be able to stop him. But even then, because I doubt that would occur. But realistically, he's going to appeal it. There are like 100 reversible errors in this fucking case, right? Most specifically because the judge was making donations to Biden's campaign and anti-Trump PACs while overseeing the trial that his daughter was also fundraising off of. So like you have that alone is an issue on appeal, right? Both of those things are issues on appeal. You have issues with the jury instructions. You have issues with your main star witness in the trial. You admits to a felony that is far worse than what Trump is being charged with, by the way. And he was given a pass on that to go after Trump on misdemeanors. That's how ridiculous this trial has been.
But then also too, the second part of my question is like the how bad is this in regards to then moving forward with political opponents and stuff like this?
Oh, it's going to get real bad.
They've opened up Pandora's box.
Here's what's going to happen. The right is going to start doing it to the left. The left is going to scream and cry and talk about how they're fascists and they're dictators and they're evil and this is proof. This is what they've always wanted to do, yada, yada. And then the minute the left has power, they're going to go and double down even harder.
Yeah, it's just it gets worse and worse. We don't learn from that. And what sucks about all of this is even people that hate Trump, they need to remember why he got in office. People love to use buzzwords and like isms. They like to say he got in because of it. No, people got tired of status quo politicians, and they've tried forever to get somebody else in office, somebody that hasn't been there for decades and has done fuck all for us. We managed to get someone in office there, and look what happens. I mean, something that doesn't happen to the rest of them. So, I think again, a lot of people they take that as Trump support though. When you're like, fuck, that whole system is fucking broken, and people agreed enough to take an outsider and put them in. I
think what's gonna wind up happening is when Trump has power, I do think he's gonna start going after these people. Like I really do.
He probably will this time because they opened up the floodgates.
They opened up the floodgates. But this is the thing. Then you've got the mainstream media that's going to report it as like he is being a dictator.
But I wanted to
it's a lame duck term. He doesn't have to worry about re-election. He's already going to be more popular than Biden when he comes into office. And the thing is, even when he's going after these people with these criminal prosecutions, the economy is going to get better. So all people are going to look at is, well, I'm finally doing well. I'm finally financially secure. Sucks for you guys, but, we're doing fine now.
I just want to comment quick on what Tug just said, because that's kind of because look, I've never been a real big Trump fan, but I mean, the left me a long time ago, and I realized that. But what turned me around to Trump is when I started noticing that both the right and the left don't want it. We already know the left don't want him.
Yeah.
When the right is sitting there trying to make excuses and try to say, well, we don't even really want him in so many ways. It's like, well, then why? That's what makes me ask why. Yeah. And it has nothing to do with because he's a fucking criminal. Because guess what? They're all fucking criminals.
Right.
Yeah.
It has everything to do with because they can't fucking control him. That's why. He is not a shit sandwich or a douche. That is why. He may be an asshole, but he ain't a shit sandwich or a douche. Because this is South Park nailed it years ago when basically I love that episode of South Park where they have, doesn't matter which one won. It's all the same fucking people.
Yeah.
There's a channel, Michael Franchise. I'm probably messing up his name, but he's an old school New York mobster. Ran one of the biggest fucking scams ever that we've seen. Like this, just insane gas tax scam. Worked with the Russian mob, all kinds of shit. Well, he talked about the corruption in New York, and he talked about Trump, and he was like, one of the things with Trump is that they would shake people down, and one of the people that was shrewd enough not to get shaken down was Trump. They was like, I'm not saying he's not a criminal, he's never done anything, but he was smart enough, to stand in an area with other criminals and make things work. And I'm like, man, that's the government, that's.
I just want to go back to the Hillary thing really quickly in regards to Trump coming out and saying maybe he shouldn't have said those things. The funny thing is that he did say those things, and I swear that scared the shit out of those people.
Well, this is what's stupid about this whole thing, Rhino, is this whole stupid thing.
Trump says these things, but he doesn't act on them, right?
Well, and here's the thing
but they've used it against Trump because they always bring it up. Oh, he said he was going to lock Hillary up. He said so this justifies us doing what we're doing to him, right? They'll use anything that you do. They'll sensationalize it. They'll blow it way out of fucking proportion, and then they're going to respond in the most half-assed, retarded way possible and use their fantasies about what you're doing to justify it. And it's every fucking time it's going to go down that way. These people have no morals. They have no values outside of they want power, and they will do anything to get that power. And that's the way it's been from day one. That's why they're complete. That's why I think a lot of them have these mental health issues, because their worldview is completely contradictory from what they're actually saying.
Yeah, we got just in the chat. They got scared, Rhino. They got scared. So what? What I mean is, they got scared to the point where now that this is why they don't want him to have a second term, because I swear, on a second term he can't be then voted in for a third term, right? So this second term is where he's going to just be brutal as hell. And
what's it like, Rhino, looking at the state of that outside of the U.S.? How does that look to you?
It's crazy. It's absolutely insane. And I am a very heavy Trump supporter. Not that I can vote or anything like that, but our politics.
I think you can these days, from what we've seen.
Well,
you probably could vote.
I'll send in my mail-in ballot. Our politics here mirrors a lot of the American politics. And the American politicians here want to be America so badly, they'll do anything they can to virtue signal their way into doing that. But it's insane. It's absolutely insane. And this is what scares me in regards to the fact of opening up Pandora's box with this whole thing, because this will then open up to political rivals in my country of Australia trying to essentially do the same thing. And that scares the shit out of me.
And that's why this whole thing was fucking stupid.
The Democrats are the ones that are anti-democracy in my eyes. That's how I see it. And I don't think
they're anti-democracy while screaming that you're anti-democracy.
You're anti-democracy. Well, that's right.
And that's where they're so stupid, right? They were dumb enough to even realize, not to even think about the Pandora's box that they're opening up here. Not just in what you're saying, Rhino, but the whole idea of, and based off of what you're saying in a way, the idea that, yes, now what you've done is opened up this thing where it's going to be a tit for tat, for tit for tat, for tit for tat, for tit for tat, and it's going to go back and forth for years. Because now you've opened up the idea that you can go after your political opponent. That moment when that reporter asked Biden if he was the one who got Trump and he gave that fucking smirk, that was the moment America died.
Yeah.
There was no America left anymore. That was the moment that a villain just won. Right? Yep. Because justice was not served.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit if you like Trump or not. But all you've done now is open this up to where it's a political fucking game where all you can do is prosecute your fucking enemy. It's like Russia. We're in Russia, guys. What's hilarious is they said for fucking 4 years that Trump was going to turn America into Russia. Nope, it was fucking Biden all along, just like we've all said.
Actually, people bring up McCarthyism all the time.
Moving forward, the losing party will be the one that gets prosecuted, and that's just how it's going to be every single time. The party that's in power will just they'll use their offices, they'll use law enforcement, they'll use the courts to go after their political opponents. So when they lose while they're down, kick them while they're down.
Yeah.
People bring up again, McCarthyism. It's been brought up. It's brought up all the time. Anytime something happens, and it's like we don't learn from these lessons. We don't learn from very public, because it's not just a Trump that you see. I mean, we have seen some very powerful institutions being utilized to go after political opponents, and that is a fucking frightening thing. It shouldn't be when we talk about the tit for tat there. Like, if somebody like a Trump can get taken down, like how far down the rabbit hole will they?
It's a misnomer to say that this started with Trump, because I remember during the Obama days where he was busted for weaponizing the IRS to go after conservative groups. Right? This is pre-existed Biden. This pre-existed Trump. This is, probably well before the Obama days.
The thing is, Crow, is it's heavier now because, again, it's like Tom said, they can't control Trump, and he's a rogue basically to them. So yeah, like there was probably a bit of that,
I think
back in the Obama days and stuff, but Trump
Trump just accelerated it, because the thing is, the scandal with the IRS, that blew up. That wasn't supposed to be found out, but Obama, like, his admin was completely fucking incompetent. So they had a bunch of shit that kept coming out about them. Right. But even then, even with that coming out, you still had the uniparty that, they had their hearings, they put on a show, and then they quietly shoved it all under the rug for them. Now you have Trump that's coming to power. And what happened? They accelerated, right? They went all fucking in on going after their political opponents, on ostracizing them, on trying to take away their ability to speak in public. They went all in on that route. If Trump wasn't elected, the same shit that's happening right now would have probably happened over the course of the next 20 years. And we would have all been like frogs in the fucking pot, and we would have just been all boiling alive.
Just in regards to something that you said before, how I was like mentioning how apparently Trump is supposed, and all the Trump supporters are supposed to be anti-democracy, but when you actually look at it from the outside looking in, it's the Democrats that are being anti-democracy, but they're the ones that say that the other side is. It's the comment speaks loudest in accusation. It's the same thing in Hollywood when they're pointing out and they're saying all these toxic racist fans, when they're the actual racists. They're the ones that see color in everything that they do, or in this case, it's the Democrats that say that the Republicans are anti-democracy, but they're the ones that are actually anti-democracy. The comment speaks loudest in accusation. These people accuse you of something that they're actually guilty of.
These people had to redefine what racism was so that they could still call other people racist.
So they could put you in a box, yeah.
Well, the problem, too, is like most people agree government doesn't do much for us. If we look at satisfaction polling, we get into single digits when people are talking about the Senate or the House. Hey, do you feel that they do anything for you? It's almost unanimously no. And yet people buy into this shit. And when you look at how regular people are having to deal with shit. I mean, going to the grocery store these days is fucked. That is a fucked thing in the United States. The amount of money it takes for me and my two kids is freaking insane. I buy, I see people telling folks, go to basics, buy rice and beans. I'm like, you shouldn't have to have two jobs and buy fucking rice and beans. I mean, that's wild. If anybody who's back patting that shit because they get a got you on the other party. I mean, do you really feel like you're being represented in this shit? Because I certainly don't.
No. And the funny thing is while all of this stuff is going on, everybody, whether or not you're left or right, is suffering because of it.
The Republicans are cowards. The Republican Party is they are so cowardly. Anytime they've had, they've had very public hearings about issues. Let's look at some of the stuff that we've talked about, like Twitter, for example, or shit that happened with Facebook, for example. When you look at Twitter, all the leaks, all the stuff that was going on behind the scenes, the political malfeasance, using the FBI more. What happened to that? Fuck all. They did nothing with it. So. Anybody they can point at one party and say, this party's fucked up. Well, okay, if the other party isn't, they're doing nothing about it. They're just as bad.
the thing is, like, Democrats will be caught doing something. The Republicans, and yeah, there's a newer wave of Republicans that are coming in that are more hardline. But you have that old establishment that would put on a public spectacle about it, right? Have all these hearings and everything, use it to raise money, then go campaign, keep their offices, and then realistically, what happened with that person? They try to just, quietly, move on to a different subject, because at the end of the day, they're all playing the exact same game. They're all committing the exact same crimes. Hillary Clinton is not the only person who took classified documents home. That's why they never prosecuted her for it. What came out later? Fucking Vice President Biden did the exact same fucking shit, right? The exact same administration at the exact same time Clinton was doing it. These people all commit the exact same fucking crimes. Who was the Republican that did it? Fucking Mike Pence and what's his face? The turtle guy, Mitch McConnell, right? All of them do the exact same fucking crime. Trump's the only one who gets prosecuted for it.
I like to listen to audiobooks when I drive. And I was listening to a book by Roger Reeves. He's a huge convicted drug smuggler, and when you listen to the guy, he's very matter of fact. He's a criminal. Yeah, he admits to that. But he's like, how did I get away with this stuff for so long? So he talks about smuggling cocaine into the United States, and one of the places that he loved to bring cocaine in was Arkansas. Why? Because the Clintons, when they were in charge back when, he paid them off. He was talking about the amounts of money that he paid them, and it's mind-boggling how much just open corruption, discussions of this shit, nothing ever happens. I mean, this guy, like, again, they like to counter that by saying, well, he was a criminal. And it's like, so are you, criminals talk about criminals.
If you're working with a criminal, what does that make you?
Exactly. They're like, well, you can't listen to these people. They're criminals. I'm like, well, aren't all these politicians criminals really to some degree? Almost all of them. If they've been in for a long time, it feels like they all are. But I think if anybody wants to look up, I think there's a few interviews the guy's done. Roger Reeves, Reeves. I mean, his stuff, you should listen to his story because you get a really good feel for the guy. I mean, he's very matter of fact. He was a poor country boy, moved out to Hollywood, trying to make his way, found that it was a lot easier at the time to smuggle pot. Then after that, he went into cocaine. And like I said, he's really matter of fact. And the thing we always focus on, we see shows like Narcos, for example, that show you the cartels, all of the stuff that they were doing. Well, how the fuck do you think they got away with it? On this side, they paid a lot of people a lot of money, and those people are still in power. Anyway.
There's that Tom Cruise movie. Is it American Made or something?
Yeah, now a lot of that's
based on true events and stuff like that.
Very loosely based. The real story of that guy. So he was a partner. The guy that's based on, Barry Seal, was a partner of Roger Reeves too. So he was one of his drug smuggling partners. I mean, I hate that American Made was. It was made for entertainment. The way it was, because the story, if they would have done the real story that was there, it would have been just as. But I think there would have been reprisals. I think they were afraid to make the real movie, personally, because there's a lot of powerful people that it would have brought up.
Yep.
And they the end of it, the way that Barry Seal gets killed. So he ends up working with the government. He sets up Castro and a few other high power people. And of course, during that, you usually put somebody into protection. They didn't do that with him. They put him on in one of those not house arrest, but I can't think of the fucking word for it. Where you send them to like a place where other fucking people live, like a probation. I can't think of the right name. It's just eluding me. But anyway,
like a halfway house or a safe house?
Halfway house. There it is. Thank you. So they sent him into halfway house where it announces where he's going to be every day, what time he's going to have to check in every day. And guess what? They murdered his ass right there because of that. He got killed, and they knew that would happen. They absolutely did. I think Barry Seal was murdered because of what he knows.
Set up.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. I like listening to stuff on like cartels, and it's just amazing when we cover this or we see shows on it and stuff. We never get into the really juicy stuff that's actually in those books, where they talk about again who they were paying, how they got the drugs into the country. They didn't just, when you get into planes that are loaded down to the point you can't just drop cocaine over some swamps or drop it out in the ocean. You're landing entire planes. You're running it like a conveyor. Well,
Yeah.
of course they catch on to that. You have to have a pass there, and none of those people went to prison for it. None of those officials did. Anyway.
Well, there's that one scene in the actual movie where he does get arrested by like the FBI show up, the CIA show up, like everyone's shown up. And then he gets arrested, and she gets a call from Bill Clinton.
Yeah,
and then he gets off. Like she walks out and lets him go. And
that was a little more dramatized. The story. If you've never checked it out, you should look up like Barry Seal's real life. Yeah, it's crazy because Narcos put him in there too, and they added, I'm going to say 70% of that wasn't true. The way that they presented it, and when these shows, I know they embellish, because of course they want to make it fit storylines or anything else. But you notice they leave out entire pieces. When they start to point the finger close to home, they don't mind talking about. Again, with cartels back in the 80s, they don't mind talking about the cartels or the corruption in Colombia, but they don't talk about it here. And again, those people are still in power. It's still a relevant topic.
Crazy.
Yeah, I'm going to pull up the baby reindeer thing. I don't know how many folks have been keeping up with this, but this is absolutely insane. So if you don't know, Baby Reindeer is like a smash hit for Netflix. It's a story about a guy that is stalked and horrible things happen to him. It's actually a pretty good series in some ways. It's hard to recommend something like that because, he gets essayed and just awful shit happens. But there's a lawsuit coming out of it because the woman, now they change up everybody's names, but the guy who put it together, let me actually pull up the document itself real quick. The guy who put the story together, he actually, he not only wrote it, he starred in it, and more. And the way that he and Netflix presented this, they presented this all as a true story. You can see there's this is the wrong document. Give me a second.
Screenshot of the... Yeah, it doesn't say like based on a true story.
I was looking at
like that.
I had I pulled up I was like, wait a minute, that's another case. Yeah, in the front you can see it right here. It says this is a true story. So they in there they say that the woman they're talking about, again, they change her name up and more, but they make it where you can actually find her. So there's a part in here. She makes this statement in the show all the time about hanging curtains, a euphemism for having sex. She's like, all I needed is for someone to hang my curtains. I'll hang your curtains. You can see texts about that and more. Well, the way that people found the real woman was because she had tagged in the guy that's responsible. Again, the guy who acts in the show as well. She tagged him in and said, quote, "My curtains need hung badly." So people identified this woman specifically. And then, she gets a flood of messages.
She self-owned it, basically, which was stupid.
She did. Yeah.
Yeah, because that was my understanding of the events, too, is that she took credit.
Yeah, she went on Pierce Morgan and talked about it. She is she is fucking out there. Like
she wants the attention. I mean, she's suing because
kind of
maybe money, but like she wants attention.
And I get it. She's trying to argue that they're misrepresenting some of the situation, but unfortunately, she's done a lot of things and said a lot of things, and other things have come out that don't help her case. But the point she's making is that some of the events that they're saying happened in the show didn't.
Yeah, and
which is true. She was never convicted of anything and stuff like that. But then I also ask, because here's the thing. I have argued with so many motherfuckers online who swear up and down the Texas Chainsaw Massacre is based on a true story. In fact, they know somebody whose cousin died. It's like, you dumb motherfucker. It is made up from top to bottom. There was no Sawyer family. There is no such thing as a Texas Chainsaw Massacre. If you actually do a monochrome of research, you will find out that, yeah, they slapped on there that it's based on a true story, but it also has the standard legalese at the end of the movie, because they were able to say that because, you know, Toby Hooper come out and said, yeah, I loosely based it upon Ed Gein. You know what else is loosely based upon Ed Gein? Psycho. But Psycho doesn't have a based on a true story thing.
My cousin's best friend's grandfather was one of the victims.
Was one of the victims?
Yeah,
okay.
He was a lampshade by
He was a lampshade. Yeah.
One of the problems, though, Netflix ran into with all this. So you have one of their executives on May 8th. They appear before the House of Commons Culture, Media, and Sports Committee. That's the same place that I don't know how all of their structure works, but remember all the stuff that came up about Russell Brand, and then you had a committee that was reaching out and basically getting him deplatformed on everything. That's the same place. So these folks, Netflix executive is talking to them and says that Baby Reindeer is obviously a true story of the horrific abuse that Richard Gadd suffered at the hands of a convicted stalker. So they say, true story, convicted stalker. Now, she's never been convicted of anything. She was never actually taken to jail. You know, they also said that she had previously stalked a police detective or a police officer. I can't remember which. There's no documentation to that. And even that committee reaches out to that Netflix guy and is like, quote, at your appearance on May 8th before the House of Commons, blah, 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 I asked you about the Netflix series Baby Reindeer, and specifically the duty of care due to the woman now identified as Martha from the series. You told me the following. And it brings up that quote there. It said that, plus we did take every reasonable precaution in disguising the real life identities of the people while striking a balance with the veracity and authenticity of the story. Now, journalists have thus far been unable to find a record of the conviction to which you referred. Can you provide me with the evidence for the serious claim which you made to the select committee? And they never followed up because, of course, there is no conviction. So I've seen a lot of lawsuits aimed at some of these documentaries are awful. They've pointed fingers at the wrong people, and they've gotten away with it before. I've never seen them, though, present something as this is a true story, going before government officials and saying this is a true story. This is about a convicted stalker, and it not being true. So I wonder. Now, she's suing for combined, I think it's $170 million, which is out.
So she's got a suit, right? There's definitely something there.
I think, you know, even with a lawsuit, they'll oftentimes settle because the cost of going to court is just so high.
Right, yeah. Okay.
Then again, this is one of those really touchy. See, the thing is they may argue that she was the one who self-owned this stuff. Again, I haven't seen the show, so I have no idea if at the end of the credits they have the standard legalese that
they do. Know, they have a thing. It's buried in there. You know,
if it is, then guess what? She has no case at all because they can argue that that's there, right? And that's how they've gotten around this for years and years and years. I can't think of the last time a case like this has been won since they've used that legalese. I'd have to actually do the research. I mean, it used to be that way, right? It used to be really that was why they would come up with some of the goofiest names in movies. In fact, you know, recently we lost Harvey Korman. He was well known for that. He always made sure that the surnames and names of his characters were always something that he couldn't get sued over.
Yeah.
So that used to be a big deal until they started doing that legalese, and they could get away with saying, yeah, it's based on a true story. But then you read the end of the movie, and it says right at the end of the movie, this story is, even if it says it's based on actual events, has been dramatized, blah, 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 blah. No person living or dead, all that crap, right? So that right there is going to save their ass. But you're right, Tug, with just the amount of attention this has gotten, they might pay her out. But I hear, because the girls on Toxic Femme talked about this one night, And I thought they were talking about, like, even after she come out and was on like Pierce Morgan and a few of these other shows, she ended up starting to stalk like one of the people that worked for one of the shows. I heard.
Look how much she does look like the woman in that. She did put it in there.
So she's not doing herself any damn favors. That's the problem. Like,
I was going to say,
she wasn't convicted of anything,
Jesus.
but
imagine being stalked by her. Like,
oh yeah, I mean, hey, you look through her Facebook. There are videos showing all of the public
she does look
facing
like Miss
commentary.
Swan, yeah.
I mean, she's man, her Pierce Morgan appearance too. It is off the chain. If people really want a feel for it. When I watch it, I'll put it this way: when I watched the show and I heard her interview and stuff, I was like, yeah, she strikes me as a stalker. She does, very much so.
She's a crazy one,
and she kind of lied on the show anyway because she claimed that internet sleuths found her. Well, as you just showed there earlier, she self-owned this thing.
Yeah,
right? So I don't think that's going to help her case in either way either. But yeah, I mean, they're pretty protected at the end of the day. If they pay out, it's just to kind of make it go away.
Yeah,
but then again, we'll see how
I think that's probably what will end up happening because she'll just push the point. They won't want it to go any further than it is, and they'll just be like, "What's going to shut you up?"
The amount of views. We were talking about Star Wars before. The amount of views that series just debuting. And they dump it all out there. So people aren't returning to watch. People will just binge watch it. Like with Star Wars, if you do one episode, you're going to be able to inflate the numbers if you come out week after week. Well, just binge watching that show, 50 million people watched it from the first couple of weeks. It's set up. So I mean, you think about how terrible like a Star Wars is doing. I think that ties into that too, because 50 fucking million people watch this show about this crazy ass stalker and yet an established franchise. Yeah.
That's huge. That's huge numbers. So like, yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're wrong there. And I agree. Like at the end of the day, I mean, was she convicted of anything? No, clearly not. They can't find the record of it. They could even argue that maybe this character is an amalgamation of two different people. We don't even know that. There's all kinds of shit they could pull out of their ass yet. We don't know. I'm surprised it's gotten this far. I mean, have they gone to where like they haven't tried the first hearing yet to where they could have it thrown out at all?
No, we're just rolling into it. It just started.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I'll be surprised if it even makes it to court, to be honest with you. It may not, but I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, obviously, so.
I think it's going out of California. I think that's where too.
And that's what I'm saying. Studios are very well protected. Like here, California. You gotta here's the thing. Even where cases where they've been busted stealing shit, the people that got the stuff stolen from still tend to walk away with nothing or like having to pay some kind of court costs for the whole deal. It's like insane how much Hollywood has gotten away with shit in the past. Now, does it make it right? I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, was she guilty of some of this shit? Absolutely, positively, and she's done nothing but shown that kind of behavior ever since she's went and outed herself. Now, does she deserve to be like besmirched in a way that says she's been convicted of something? Maybe not, but at the end of the day, who really gives a shit? Like, I mean, I agree with Rhino. I think she's craving that attention so badly that I don't even think a payout would even really suffice to her. She's one of these crazy fucks that will want them to actually like do her side of the story or some shit.
I have no faith that they'll actually be able to settle with her. I think she just. I think
you don't reckon if they said, "Oh, we'll give you $1 million and we'll change the title in there and say it's based on true events."
Well, Ronald, let me give you like an example of something that I encountered one time. Right, we had to go through. This is like a business thing. We had to go through arbitration, right? Arbitration gave this guy like $80,000, right? Which is a massive sum of money for what his actual complaint was. But this guy was like irate, right? He was convinced he had been screwed over. So he was insistent he was going to go to court. He was going to hire the best attorney he could find. He was going to sue for like all the money he could fucking get. And he did actually get a judgment against us. And he got $5,000.
Mm-hmm.
So my point is, you're tackling this from the situation of like a rational human being, where you're like, listen, I'm going to get $1 million because somebody said that I went to prison, right? Like, yeah, of course, we'd all take the $1 million. This bitch is crazy.
Yeah,
this
actually,
bitch stalks people.
Here's her. Okay, so there's 2 videos on this from this channel, Gary828, and they cover her Facebook posts. And when you go through, I mean, my God, I'm not going to cover them, but I just look at the amount of this shit. This is part 1,
She
by
has
the
a
way.
history of stalking people. That's the thing
Yeah, I mean,
keep reading about. So it's like,
holy God.
again,
That's
40 minutes of it.
The
Now,
trial
look at
is gonna
that.
Make her feel even closer to him. So she's gonna love the idea of being in court with this guy. She's gonna want all of this, and she's gonna want to drag it out for as long as she can afford to drag it out for.
It's wild, man.
Wow.
I think it's going to go on it'll go on for a hot minute for sure. There'll be a lot of publicity off of it, and that's actually that'll work for Netflix too. I mean, more people.
Well, that's
will
where I
tune
agree.
into
If they
it.
can get her to take some money, they will, just so they can make it kind of just happen and go away because they can afford it, right? It's not like this show was a tanker, and it's like a burden now that they have to deal with this. This show's a huge hit. So like,
how they get out of this?
Pay it off, get it out of the way, deal with it.
Offer her money to give like an interview with them, and then create like a 30-minute episode out of it.
Well, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised, and that's what I was saying. Crow was like, if she turns around and she's like, "No, I don't care about the money. I just want my side of the story." Netflix will go cha-ching.
Oh yeah. It's guaranteed content. You're gonna put a crazy person on camera and let them talk.
Well, and the problem
These are
is
the numbers. Put Tiger King on their fucking shit, man.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the suck thing about something like that is, again, if you've gone through all of this, and again, Richard Gadd decided to make a story out of it. In fact, he had a very public meltdown during a comedy routine because of stuff that he alleged, and he details that in the show. But he ended up this was a long time ago, but he ended up going viral for it because he's trying to do a comedy routine, and real life leaks into that. Now if she goes out and does a show on it, I mean my God.
Well, look, here's the other thing, sorry, Tug, I just want to say, like, these people, these crazy people, you can think like this would be a bad thing for them. No, it just thrusts them into the fucking spotlight. Like, I still see Tanya Harding show up on shit. It's like, that bitch broke some chick's ankle or her shin or whatever, fucking knee or whatever it was. And she's out there on VH1 all the time and all these other shows. It's like, all it is just a segue into the next thing. All this will do is put her on the next level, right? So she will be known as that crazy bitch for about 2-3 years, and then it won't fucking matter anymore. You'll see her as a regular fucking staple on TLC and VH1 and all these other fucking reality shows, on baking shows and all this other shit. Next thing you know, she'll be on American Idol as one of the fucking judges. Like, that's how this shit works. That's how you become a big star now. It's like, some controversy happens, you chop some dude's dick off, next thing you know, you got a fucking reality show.
That Bobbins, good God, talking about it.
He shot a bitch, and he's got a fucking reality show now. Sorry, I didn't mean to call her a bitch, but it's like,
no, the thing that's really sucks about this is when Netflix not doing its due diligence, though, and putting one word, the conversation becomes something other than it should have been. This was hit, and it was a conversation about a male victim. And you don't have shows like that. Males are overwhelmingly showcased as the predator in something, and they pretend the other side it doesn't happen, and that's reflected in law enforcement. That's reflected in political acts. Like Violence Against Not People, Violence Against Women Act. And you have a discussion about, hey, look at how fucking crazy this happens. It can happen to anyone. It can. Happen
that's a
to
good
men,
question,
too.
Tug. Is how often are women actually convicted of stalking? Right, I'm sure at least 1 or 2 men in your lives that you've known of that have been that crazy motherfucker who stalked some ex-girlfriend from high school, right? Like, who's gotten in trouble for it. So you all know at least one probably. So, but that's typical of men, like you're just saying. That's the thing that it's known, right? So men are, of course, they're going to be a stalker. But if a woman does it, well, no, she's in love, or he did some wrong to her, right? Like it's never her fault. She's not crazy. It's always something he did to make her crazy. Right. And that's what I love about this show, too, in a sense. And I want to check it out when I get Netflix again, because I'm going to get it next month for Beverly Hills Cop, is because I can imagine I've dated this bitch before. Right. Like she is probably the most craziest fucking person in the world. I've seen these women and they don't even care. They will just go to this extreme, and they don't see it from, like we said, I don't think she will take a settlement. I agree with Crow on that. Like, she is in this for the fucking long haul now. Like,
the UK came out with a sentencing. So I can't remember what the body is that makes sentencing recommendations to judges, but that whatever that body is in the UK came out, and it was talking about sentences for women versus men, and they were talking about how they should be more lenient, because with women we should take into account the thing they highlight. They put in like socioeconomics, education, but the thing they highlight is mental health. So in those cases, like you're saying, they want the law to be very lenient, because, oh, well, she's just suffering a mental health condition. It makes her the victim in a lot of ways in that. And that's twisted. I saw a case in the U.S. where this woman, she had a protective order against her. So she's already been warned by the courts. She ends up writing this guy, I think, close to 20,000 messages within a month. Then she calls the police and says that he's having a mental health crisis. You know, she swats him essentially. Now, luckily he was not home at the time, but all this insanity happens, and they basically extend the protection order, and they tell her, well, we know you're under a protective order, but you obviously have a mental health condition, so don't do that again. I mean, it's fucking wild, man. Ugh. I don't know. Like when you see this stuff, and that, like, if you, I look up false convictions and false accusations. I look that up and every day, because I want to see like what's popped up in, especially with Hollywood stars, like who's fighting, like what's going on, and this has just taken over all of that. Hey, can y'all hold this for a second? I hear a kid.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And actually, because I got a point to make off of what you were just saying, Tug. Like, I just got into I guess I'd call it a disagreement or an argument about this whole like stupid bear versus man thing. You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, so I was talking to somebody who just didn't get. They're like, I just think it's all stupid and just silly anyway. It's just a joke. I said, no, it's not a joke. It's the latest social experiment, and y'all failed.
Yeah.
And they were like, what do you mean? We all failed. I said, you all failed because you failed to see what the real problem is, or why certain people got upset, because that's what they thought. I was like, they're just like, I don't even understand why everybody got upset. I said, well, men were getting upset, and some women were getting upset too on certain sides of things and in certain areas, because if you look at it, these motherfuckers are crazy enough to think that bear won't do something to the daughter or the wife or the whatever it is that you put in the scenario as a woman being left alone in the woods with somebody, be it a bear or a man. But they automatically jump to that the man will assault the woman somehow or do something horrible to the. Never ever once do they maybe think that maybe the man would help her, right? But if you ask this question,
and most men would.
Exactly, and that was the point I was going to get to. If you asked this question 30 fucking years ago, I guarantee you this fucking country would win that fucking test. They have failed it now because they do not even understand what this test really means. It's like this is how I actually kind of got the other person to understand. I said, you know what this is? This is a social experiment, just like when you ask the question of, a father and a son are in an accident, right? They go to the same hospital or two different hospitals or whatever it is. I don't remember how that fucking goes. But anyway, the point is you get to the thing and the doctor looks in the room and says, I cannot operate on this person because they are my son. How can that be? And 30 years ago, most people failed that experiment. Right?
Yep.
Because the answer is obviously, well, it's his mother. Because back then, it just took people too long to get to the point of thinking, oh, a woman could possibly be a doctor. So obviously it's the child's mother, not the father, because people would get hung up on that, right? To me, this is the same kind of social experiment, and people fucking failed. It's how people are looking at men right now.
Well, it's crazy.
Men, we should stand up and say enough's enough.
For the women out there that think that
to the things that they were saying, it'd be like the most fucked up shit. Like, oh, well, at least if I was attacked by the bear, people will believe me. Like, it's that type of thing.
Oh, the
right?
bear versus. It's like this.
An example. Yeah.
If you have, if you look at actual studies for IPV, so violence that's interpersonal violence in relationships, one-sided. So you have an aggressor, you don't have a response at all. In those, over, I think it was 16,000 cases were reviewed by one study, and they found that 70+% of those were female driven. So the majority, you have a problem here because men have this stuff happen too. That definitely, overwhelmingly in relationships, and yet, if you look at media, you can't. That's something. Making those comments that makes you a fucking bad guy. I got bad guided for the internet for calling out a fucking female abuser of a man. And what did they have to do? They took a man's finger, for fuck's sake. They put a cigarette out on his face, for fuck's sake. Could you imagine anyone defending that if that were reversed? No fucking way.
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing even now. It's not just would you be stuck with a bear or a man? It's like even just the simple question of, do we need men? Have you seen those ones?
Yeah,
do we need men? And then they ask all the men, do we need women? And all the men are like, yeah, of course we need women.
Well, of
and all
course
the
we
women
do.
are like,
Yeah.
no, I don't need no man. Like,
I've
it's
seen that one.
disgusting what's happened with the world.
Yeah, so
And they
Tug, I
talk
don't know if you
about-
heard, I was comparing this to what you were just saying to the whole bear. And
Yeah, I caught the
man.
end of the bear thing.
Yeah, and I said to us, we failed this social experiment. It was like us failing the social experiment back in the day, in the 1980s or whenever, when somebody would ask, a father and a son are in a car accident. The doctor walks in the room, says, I can't operate on this patient. He is my son. How can that be? And everybody would fail it because they wouldn't think about, oh, well, of course, it's his mother. Well, now we can quickly jump to that because we're different as a society. But back then, of course, everybody would have sent the man because they wouldn't automatically jump to the idea that, oh, this man is going to assault or kill the woman somehow, right? And that's this failed fucking experiment we have right now. And you're right, Ryan. I've seen those videos and they just make me fucking sad. I can't believe that shit.
That whole bear thing, what was really messed up about that is the way the media presented it. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? If we...
Did you see them talk about it on The Voice?
Yeah, I did, actually. I did.
Yeah.
I had to think about it.
Because men are useless. Like, okay, see how you go without men.
Send them that video of the lesbians trying to change a tire or whatever it was that time. That was hilarious.
No, I mean, that people would lose their fucking mind if you were like, "What would I rather be? Would I rather leave my child alone with a bear in the woods or with a single mom?" People would be like, "Holy shit, how would you?" And again, that's not a fair thing to say either. That's fucked up. But if we were basing on statistics, where does violence come from? But again, that would be just a gross, ugly generalization.
Are we talking soccer mom or?
I just thought.
I mean, here's the thing: the bear, they got a 50-50 chance of making it out. If that bitch is woke as hell, that kid's coming out fucked up no matter what, right?
It disturbed me. It disturbed me how people, like you said, they fail the experiment. Yeah. They fail it, and it shows you where we are society. We're in a society where you're condemned for not, calling somebody by what they want to do, or listening, having empathy for every fucking thing that, every sneeze a person has. And yet.
Yeah.
I hate to tell you this, but you leave your daughter in the woods alone with a bear, all that bear's going to think is, ooh, snap.
Yeah, I live in Tennessee. I've seen bears on 2 occasions, 2 times out in the wild. And let me tell you, there's nothing like you could put me in a room with whatever the fuck. I wouldn't want to be in that room with a bear, or out in the woods with that bear, because that was a terrifying.
A bear can be nice, but guess what? They get hungry, and when
not
they get
just
hungry,
that,
they don't give a shit.
I was armed. I had and I felt like I was carrying around a silly straw. I was like, this ain't gonna work on a bear. Like, what the fuck am I gonna do?
You're just
here?
gonna piss it off.
And most of the people that are answering that have never fucking, most of them have probably never been in the woods, period. So,
no.
It was just absolute.
I want to see one of these fuckers go into a room with a bear for fucking 10 minutes and see how they roll. Like, because after a day of all these people coming in and out, one of those motherfuckers getting ate. Okay, that's all it's going to say. If not, the first one gets mauled because they think there's something wrong with them because they come in with like purple fucking hair and shit, and they're like, the bear just freaks out because they're like, woo! What the fuck is that?
You know what would be great? You know what would be absolutely brilliant? Is you go out into the street and you ask that question. If you were stuck in a jungle or on an island or something, would you rather be stuck on the island with a bear or with a man?
Yeah,
And
I'm gonna get
then-
this bear right here. He's gonna be helping me out.
And then when
Yeah.
they say bear, you reveal that you've got a cage with a bear in it and a cage with a man in it. Enter, enter whichever one you wish to enter. Go.
Right? Let's see it.
Like
10
that
minutes.
would be that would be the next step. 10 minutes in this room with either this man or with this bear. Go. Make your choice. That would be great if
And we
that
haven't
did
fed the
this.
bear all day.
Yeah.
And he's getting hangry.
Yeah.
I mean, what's bad is that's still going on, though. You know, it's not trending like it did, but it's still, you know, you'll see a post fire up and get a freaking million imprints on it on Twitter and fucking,
Yep.
all these, man, I checked TikTok the other day on accident. You know, I don't remember how I ended up there. I was looking at an article and I went down a rabbit hole looking up the bear thing. And it was like, good God, man. I know why I avoid that platform.
But see, this
No, and I
is
didn't mean to-
this is the craziness of what's actually going on. It's kind of like, you know, the protesters for that are out there for like Hamas and stuff like that. It's like the world, like, do you guys know what you're even like actually saying? Do you know
No.
what you're actually like pleading for here? Do you understand what you're actually getting at? Like you look
No.
crazy. And it's the same thing with the whole bear thing. Like people's minds are twisted to think a certain way at the moment. It's fucking ridiculous. Really bad.
It is.
There's a case coming up next week. It is the wildest fucking thing. I've mentioned it a couple of times on FlashCAST, but let me pull up something here. I want to show you this because this is. Did we lose Crow? Did he leave?
Yeah, he in the
He asked
podcast,
me
I
up at 6 in the
completely
morning. He
missed it.
Okay,
said,
that's cool. I didn't get
Yeah.
to tell him later. I appreciate you, Crow.
Yeah, we were
Yeah,
in the middle
later,
of the
Crow.
discussion, and I don't think he
Yeah,
wanted
yeah.
to disrupt it.
No,
so,
that's all good.
Everyone
man.
go and
It's
give
late.
Crow a sub.
Yeah, I was like, you know, I've enjoyed this FlashCAST, to be honest. You know,
Yeah,
it's been a lot of fun. I've seen Flash out there too. You know, props to Flash. By the way, he had something going on, and he was like, "Hey, you know, do you want to take over Flash?" I was like, "Fuck yeah, I'm gonna steal Flash."
Well, I wasn't going to come tonight because Flash is an asshole, but since you asked,
Yeah, Flash.
was
Thanks
like-
for all the drama, by the way. No,
Yeah.
no, I
he
mean,
knows
yeah.
I'm picking on him. He knows I'm picking on him.
No, man. I got a lot like the last FlashCAST though. Again, not getting into that, but I got a million things off of it. They're like, "Oh my God, why live stream?" I'm like, man, you know, Flash is like a real life friend. So, you know, props to him. Love the guy. You know, don't want to. You know, that's why I come on FlashCAST. But anyway,
Well, see, yeah. If people
Yeah,
have got beef with each other, that doesn't mean that everybody's got beef with each
no, man, I
everybody
can
else,
stream with
so-
who, you know, it took me a long time to realize this in YouTube, but sometimes you need to look at it like a business. And,
Yeah.
you know, yes, sometimes you can set other business on fire, I suppose, but ultimately it's much better if I have a problem, I would rather at least publicly just walk away, you know, and not have a problem because later on, you know, a lot of the people that come up in this stuff, man, I didn't get to this point having a platform that was viable or having comic books and stuff without a lot of help. So I appreciate the shit out of all of you that are here listening, you guys that are here, and so many other folks too. So,
Yep.
you know, but this case, so this is a wild fucking case. Clayton Echard, he's a bachelor of fame. Clayton Echard has a tryst with a female where he says she performs oral sex on him twice. Out of that, she claims that she's pregnant and produces pregnant with twins, okay? And
From oral
gives him
sex.
she says that she will get rid of them if he agrees for a dating contract. And he produced this dating contract, essentially abortion for a dating contract. And he was like, fuck no. You know, I'm not doing that. We're not going to do this. And, you know, he gets upset about it, of course. She not only takes him to court for paternity rights, but she takes him to court for a protective order and wins because they go through, again, I'm giving just highlights on this case, but she mails him all this shit. She talks to the media. She puts all of this stuff out there, and she wants him to take DNA tests. So a DNA test comes back inconclusive, and he puts out a video. He's like, "Fuck yes, not the father," a Maury Povich kind of moment.
Yeah.
On top of that, you have people that randomly find out about this stuff. Like she's talked to the media, articles that have come up about it. So it becomes a topic engaging, and the public doesn't respond very well to her because some of the stuff there just doesn't jive. She says that he leaked sensitive pictures about her about this that no one else could have access to, which we find out wasn't actually true. She had sent like this Dropbox full of photographs to the media and other places. And there was a sonogram, which if you look at the sonogram, it starts to get really weird because he starts bringing up in the protection order, that sonogram matches up with the sonogram that's been on YouTube for 6 years. It like directly matches up with it fraudulently. Well, anyway, the judge still takes her word on it and gives a protective order against him. Now, as this has gone on, I feel there is overwhelming evidence to support the fact that this was not real, like that she made this up. But not only that, there's 3 other potential cases where she has done, if not the exact same thing to other men, she's done something very close to that. And I mean, like I said, it is one of the craziest fucking cases I have ever seen. It has not gotten a lot of media coverage or anything else, because of what it's about, but it should. This case with Clayton Ackard, it goes to court. There's an hour hearing on the 10th. So next week, this will be decided. And the evidence in it, it's, like I said, it's the craziest thing I've ever seen. She admitted to doctoring a sonogram in her court deposition when she's taught. She's asked a bunch of questions, and she admits to changes here or doing something there. As it goes along, she says, I've lost the kids. I've had a miscarriage. Therefore, I need to drop this. And he won't. He's like, no, no. And it, like I said, it's gotten wild. I don't know if any of you.
Wouldn't it be? I know that there's doctor-patient confidentiality and privilege and stuff like this, but like, wouldn't there be somewhere through the courts where they could, say, all right,
they have. So they finally, she fought it for HIPAA releases. Okay. She wouldn't sign off on anything. There were always reasons, reason for this, reason for that. But she claimed, she had procedures done at this place or that place. So they subpoenaed all those records. And guess what? They didn't exist. The only records that existed were her saying that, yes, I'm pregnant. She goes into a place. She tells the place that I've been pregnant. Can you check and see if I'm pregnant now? Before that, she has some HCG tests, like a pregnancy test, those things that you can buy. And you can, those things, Lord, there's all types of reasons why you don't have that. But she doesn't, as part of her court side, which she's presenting, she hired an expert OBGYN to come in and say, yeah, this could indeed happen. But as far as actual people that met with her, like an OBGYN, she doesn't have one. She doesn't have any of that. I mean, it's, like I said, it's crazy. And it's you've had a few people in the media that were talking about picking it up, and then all this stuff on Trump blew up. And when it did,
right.
It kind of flattened everything else. But this is something people need to read about. Megan Fox has been covering it.
People out there. It makes me think of the hot crazy scale.
Oh yeah,
the hot crazy scale. Like, man, there are some crazy women out there. And this also made me think of. Have you seen that guy out there that donated sperm? And a lady got his sperm and had a child with it, and he's now having to pay child support Have you heard about this?
I didn't see where one lost. I saw where somebody was taking to court.
Yeah,
but
well, it went through the courts or whatever, and they determined that yes, he does need to. I don't know which state he's in or whatever, but he apparently has to pay child support for a child that all he did was donate sperm. And
that's crazy.
Apparently, he's fighting it. But yeah, this procedure's been absolutely insane. Apparently. But yeah, could you imagine that? Like you're in a tight spot financially. You think, oh, fuck it. All right, I'll go and donate some sperm. I'll get a bit of money. And then, 5 years down the track, a kid that you don't even know, and you've got to pay child support for them. Whew.
I just can't even. I can't even imagine. I mean, yeah. It's. I'm looking up the first article on this. That woman too. She went after a YouTuber named Dave Neal. She actually went after him in court and wanted an order against him. And they're threatening to sue other folks like Megan Fox, myself. I honestly think that this lady is off enough, and her lawyer, whew, man, he's a hot mess. I honestly think that they will potentially try to sue a bunch of us. Even though her lawyer's been like, yeah, she has lied, but it's not that bad. In fact, he wrote an article. Let me see if I can find it real fast. He actually blogs about this. It's pretty crazy. I've never seen a lawyer blog about items, like this. But he blogged about it and tried to compare what's happening to her with a Black Mirror episode. Here it is. Check this out. 1 second. So he wrote an article with her. You can see a lot of people commenting on that. But he said, this is like the Black Mirror episode hated in the nation. Why? Because she's receiving so much hate online. So many, terrible things are being said. And I'm like, I wonder why that is. I wonder why people wouldn't like a person that potentially does all of this stuff to ruin multiple men. I don't know. I mean, guys, like I want everybody out there. You should really pay attention to this case, because again, you have these wild cases that come up and they get no media coverage. Neither side of conservative or liberal media, none of them will cover it. They won't touch these cases, and these are pretty bad. We've seen. We recently saw the Trevor Bauer, all that stuff that happened with him. Did you guys catch all that?
No. What's that one?
He had sex with a gold digger, essentially, and she after that said that he had beaten the crap out of her and done all these horrible things. Well, it turned out she took a video of herself the next day. Right before she leaves, before she makes all these accusations. You can see her clearly in it, and all these marks she says she has on her, they're not there. Well, then you find out there was another person that was involved with Trevor Bauer. Let me see. They actually got in trouble for blackmail because they were trying to blackmail him over some stuff, I guess. I mean, they were indicted for it. Like, you never, here it is. Give me 1 minute. It's taking me a minute to pull that up. Trevor Bauer accuser is indicted in Arizona for allegedly trying to extort $3.6 million. Let me close that fucking ad. From the ex-Major League Baseball star and another man. She goes in. Yeah, she goes in, makes all these claims, and tells him, basically, if you don't want me to ruin your life, then you're going to pay me off. And they indicted. What was shocking to me is they went in, and she's facing potential prison time for all of that. God, I think the lesson here is
good.
Yeah, don't mess with gold diggers, though. I mean,
yeah.
These women, though, they were texting their friends and talking about how they were essentially going to do this stuff to him. How they wanted to get that bag from him, and yeah, look at how they were going to do it. And I mean, it ruined Trevor Bauer. Like, a lot of people hate him. They're like, oh, he's a terrible human being. Well, maybe so. But you know what? In these cases, he's fucking being extorted and blackmailed. And it ruined him. It fucking ruined him. The media, they picked up on all those accusations. They covered them straight up.
Of course they did.
Yeah, and I don't know. There's so many of these that come up. I went off in the way, you know, I covered all the stuff we talked about, like with Star Wars and everything, for a while until that Vic Mignogna case popped up. And then, I don't know, man. There's so much of this stuff happening, and it's ignored. You know, it's not just ignored. I'm not talking from like a commentator or a media perspective. I'm talking about in the law. Like, people get away with it all the time, and it's fucking horrible.
Well, yeah, you've got to, in this day and age, especially, I think you've got to be super careful with who you have around you, especially when it comes to partners and stuff like that.
Yeah,
and especially if you're high profile too, that makes it even more risky, I reckon, for a lot of guys out there.
Did y'all see that? Give me 1 minute. We'll pull this up I put this in as a topic too. I forgot about it. 1 second. Did you see the bankruptcy of the company behind Neon Genesis Evangelion? I don't know if y'all saw that they are going bankrupt against unmanageable debt.
Who's this? Sorry.
This is the studio that was behind Neon Genesis, you know, Evangelion.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't surprise me.
It's just crazy. I mean,
Yeah.
when you have these companies that are, this is a company with a 40-year history, and they're talking about, you know, here was the statement, or that we deeply regret to see an animation studio with a history of almost 40 years coming to an end. Like, it's burying them. They're done with it, and I don't know, man. I
think it's just a matter of time, and it's almost inevitable that if these studios out there keep making the garbage that they're making, eventually we'll start seeing more and more of this. I don't know.
I mean, when we see, let me see, there's an announcement. I'm trying to see if it'll.
I just want to share this really quickly. I finally found it. This was the chick that successfully sued her sperm donor.
Okay, pull that up.
Now this has been ratioed quite big time. If you look at the thing, it's 47 upvotes to 544 downvotes. Check this out. And the guy's come out and he's obviously been talking about what's going on and how he's fighting back and all of that sort of thing. But check this out.
I successfully sued my sperm donor, and now I get 40% of his paycheck. You have no idea how happy this makes me, because now I can be a stay-at-home mom, because 40% of his paycheck can support me fully financially. So what happened was, I'm a lesbian.
This is the problem, is that she shouldn't have fucking had a child with sperm donor.
God, I hope that's satire, man. I really do.
No, this is legitimate. This is actually a case that's ongoing.
A few people are saying that's a parody lady. So, you know, I know there, like, to be clear on this, though, I know there have been cases where sperm donors have indeed been sued. I just don't know if any have actually lost. That's the thing. But that has happened before, for sure.
Even if this is a parody, which I thought that this was the actual chick, but even if this was
so,
a parody,
she based it on a case, is what people are
basing it on actual reality. That's the thing. The person that did sue is getting 40% of this sperm donor's income.
Okay, so here's a real case. Like, you know, if that's argued, I found one. Now, this is not a brand new one. This is from 2014. But Kansas court says that, ma'am, by the way, thanks CNN for this giant banner. Fuck you. CNN, God. I mean, look how small the window is from that. Oh, I hate looking at them. But Kansas court says sperm donor must pay child support. Let's see there. A Kansas sperm donor caught in the middle of a child support case said he wanted to help a lesbian couple when he made a donation nearly 5 years ago. Instead, a judge ruled that he must pay child support, even though he signed documents waiving parental rights. That's crazy, man.
I think I don't. Man, the more I keep searching this, that is the actual chick.
So I think because I remember hearing about this, and here's the thing about this, because in some states, even if you waive your parental rights, that doesn't mean that's waiving your right to be gone after for child support. So they're probably using that as a loophole here. He probably should have got more shit in writing.
Damn, here's another Ohio.
I mean, I'm not saying that this is a bullshit case, but yeah, no. Like, that's where I think this might have come into play.
Ew, that's creepy.
Because they wanted to be vindictive later on, yeah.
I was reading some other ones. I was like, hey, here's one where a lady sues her fertility doctor. I was like, no, wait a minute. He used his own sperm. That's pretty creepy. maybe not the example I was looking for.
I've seen that in movies before.
I mean, that's, oh, God. There are a few out there. Like, because I remember lawsuits like that coming up. I just, I don't remember how many of those actually succeed. You know, I haven't. So if that is even based on a successful one, that's absolutely insane. It shows why people, they don't want to help like that. Did you also see the, the St. Louis couple that, how you remember the picture here? Remember these folks?
Oh yeah, I remember them.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, they had their convictions expunged.
Good.
Yeah, so all of that stuff, there was, again, they lived in a gated community, they were on their own property, and that became a massive story. Well, apparently the convictions there, they were expunged. So, yeah, right after they were like, yeah, can we have our guns back then? Come on.
Yeah. This was obviously, this was during the height of like the BLM and COVID, right? Wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it was a huge, a huge topic that came up too.
Yeah.
It was everywhere. These people, they became the real crime in this. If you look at it, look at her hold that gun, man. Like, look at that. Good Lord. Like, that's the real crime. My God.
Yeah.
At least he has some like trigger discipline. I mean, there's everything wrong with that. Like, oh God, holding it.
Finger on the trigger.
Yeah. Looking the other way while you do it.
Yeah.
I mean, my God. There was a video recently. Twitter these days, anything can be posted on Twitter. And there was a video of a guy a few years ago who was in a car doing like a live stream. And there was a female that was talking. Somebody had handed her a handgun. And she ends up chambering it. There's no clip in the gun, but there's a bullet in it, and she ends up shooting him in the head, and he ends up living. But I mean, it was an absolute mess. I would show the video, but no, can't show it here. But I started looking into that, and apparently she was convicted, given a 10-year sentence, but after she served 6 months of it, the judge turned the rest to probation. So 10-year sentence, pops a guy in the head, and then all of a sudden that becomes not a big deal. Not a big deal at all. All right. I'm seeing if there's anything else. I have one other topic too.
Did you want to watch the Deadpool?
Oh yeah. Let me pull that. There was one other thing I wanted to add before I do that one. This was fascinating. Did you guys see this this video here? Like this
No.
This girl, I'm gonna turn, she's got well, no, I'll play the music. Who gives a shit? I guess everything else in here would probably, who cares?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so this video doesn't look like much until, so check this out, 30 seconds.
And the Jay-Z song was on.
Actually, I do want to mute it because the music sucks. But anyway, they're driving around in the desert. They're shooting fireworks from a Lamborghini, and they're shooting fireworks. The car's shooting, and then the helicopter is shooting, right?
Yeah.
She's facing federal charges for this now.
Why?
Yeah. Why? Because apparently you can't be shooting fireworks like that from a helicopter. Apparently that is a federal no-no.
Wow.
Yeah, so I was like, damn, man. You two, I mean, you wouldn't think that would be there. Yeah, so says on June 4th, 2024, a criminal complaint and arrest warrant were filed against her for, quote, causing the placement of an explosive or incendiary device on an aircraft, which is a federal charge. Yeah.
Let me guess, that's something probably left over from 9/11.
I have no idea about the Fed rules on that. I just thought that was kind of wild. I mean, I understand like some of these guidelines. You know,
they would have hated it. They would have thought they're making great content. This is going to be good. People are going to love watching this. And it looks like it's actually kind of fun to watch.
It was a cool looking video, to be honest. I thought, holy shit. But there was a pilot that commented on that, and I thought they had a really good point. They said when it comes to aircraft, the rules there are pretty much, quote unquote, written in blood. They don't deviate from those at all, because once you start deviating, that's how you end up with a lot of dead people. And I was like, well, that does make sense. But I was still, I was like, yeah, I wonder if that content was worth it.
Yeah.
What do you guys, we'll watch this, and then I'm going to ask you, like, what you guys think about what's coming. Okay, I'm just going to let it play.
I've always wanted to ride with you, Logan. Deadpool and Wolverine. Can you imagine the fun? The chaos?
You mind putting your mask back on?
Super hard to eat while I'm wearing it.
It's super hard to eat when you're not.
I'm about to lose everything that I've ever cared about. Our entire world needs you. Huh. All Rudd finally aged.
Shut up.
Oh my God. Us? A team? The answer is yes. Shake on it. Ah, you nicked it. Just got the tip with your little steak knife.
All right. So what do you guys think about the Deadpool Wolverine?
I've been so up and down with this particular movie. Like I got excited for it, and then that excitement sort of died down a little bit, and now I'm excited again for it. It's a tough one because obviously we've got things coming in from the MCU that I really don't like the TVA and stuff like that. But then I love Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool, and I love Hugh Jackman as Wolverine.
I know,
and the way that they are together, the chemistry that these two actors have on screen just looks really fucking good. So I don't know. I'm getting excited again for it, but it does sort of scare me a little bit. I liked both the Deadpool movies. The second one is nowhere near as good as the first one, but I did like the second one. But yeah, I don't know. I love these trailers. Some of these trailers and some of the things that they've done to promote this movie have actually been really good, as opposed to something like the advertising that they did for the Acolyte. This is actually like
this amazing advertising. Like it is. I've not been excited about a movie from them in a while, and I have to say, like Deadpool series Ryan Reynolds is amazing as Deadpool, absolutely, and man, Hugh Jackman. Freaking as Wolverine again. Holy shit. If they fuck this movie up, oh my God. I don't give them a benefit of the doubt, with any movie because they make such a mess. Tom, what do you think about this?
I'm kind of leaning more towards like Rhino. Like, I mean, look, this may be fun. It may be good, but it's also, I've been calling it an island in a sea of piss. Yeah. Because we know what comes after this. What we've had to lead up to get to this point. I did not like Deadpool 2 as much as most people did at all. I almost hated it. I was very turned off by it. There's some bits and instances and things in the film that I enjoyed, but overall, I just did not care for the movie. And like Rhino, I'm like the more that they push of the MCU in this, the more I'm leery. And as much as I want to see these two together, sometimes it kind of feels desperate. And honestly, yeah, the advertising's okay, but it's not nearly as good as the first two films. We have not had half as many really good Hitchcockian type trailers that Deadpool did for the first two movies. Like I said for the longest time, like, yeah, Deadpool 2 had better advertising than the movie. Because the advertising didn't show any of the movie. Because if you guys remember, a lot of the advertising for the first two movies was just Deadpool talking to us.
Right.
Right. With like,
like the comics. That's essentially how the comics are.
Well, okay.
The movie, it would just be some little joke or gimmick, and then it would just,
go back. Yeah.
Do you want to watch the first trailer? Share my screen, Tug. Like, just to do a bit of a compare in regards to what we just saw.
I mean, I'm hoping. Like, I really like Ryan Reynolds as fucking Deadpool.
Me too.
So, that first movie was so fucking amazing. The second movie, I was fine with it too. Again, it's mindless entertainment. It is like Tom said, in a sea of piss out there. I mean, it reminds me of how people, when we reacted to the Mandalorian, when you go back, you can see the problems with the Mandalorian, but man, compared to everything else, it's like, holy God, a breath of fresh air, something good again,
I disagree with you on that one, Tug, but that's fine.
And we can argue that one day for 5 hours.
Yeah, that's right. I look at it more so in regards to No Way Home, right? It's a diamond in the rough. It's a good thing in a sea of piss, like Tom's saying. And even though there's the possibility that this could be good, I still think that it's going to fade into the ether.
It's going to make a lot of money. I'm telling you, man.
I agree.
This is going to be one of those movies. They have advertised, we talk about the two elements. Obviously, you need a good movie, but the standard, what will make a good Deadpool movie, most people are going to be like Ryan Reynolds, a lot of snappy fucking, witty comments. You got Hugh Jackman in there. That's pretty much, as long as they don't bomb it in the script, and the advertisement has been phenomenal with this movie.
But this is the other thing too. There's not too many actors, especially in the MCU stuff, where you can actually say like that actor is that character. You've got Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man. You've probably got Hugh Jackman as Wolverine, and then you've got Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool. Right. I think Thor you could interchange. You don't have to have Chris Hemsworth. I think Captain America is another one. You don't have to have Chris Evans. A lot of them are sort of interchangeable. But when you think about Iron Man, when you think about Deadpool, and when you think about Wolverine, the immediate thing that you go is like, yes, those actors are that character. Yeah. They embody that character so well. And I think that's why I want this to be good, because you've got two of those actors, two of those characters in here that are really like, they absorb that character.
You couldn't replace it. That's why, looking at Warner, for example, again, I know different universe and everything, but when they were talking about potentially replacing Aquaman, Momoa, I thought, that's a character. Like when you relate a character to a specific actor and success, that works. Ryan Reynolds, though, he and Hugh Jackman are probably the best examples of tying that in. I mean, like you said, Robert Downey Jr., of course. They made it, but Ryan Reynolds, his comedy and everything. I see Deadpool from the comic books when he does that. That felt like, especially Deadpool 1 was a fucking love letter to fans. I absolutely love that movie.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of that, let's watch the trailer.
All right.
I love you, Wade Wilson. We can fight this.
This is the trailer. I was talking about all the ancillary stuff he did, but yeah.
All things I can live without.
What if I told you we can make you better? You're a fighter. We can give you abilities most men only dream of. Make you a superhero.
You just promise you'll do right by me, so I can do right by someone else.
And please don't make the super suit green or animated.
One thing that never survives this place is a sense of humor.
We'll see about that, Posh Spice.
Oh, come on. You gonna leave me all
Gina.
alone here with less angry Rosie O'Donnell?
Hey, yeah, I wanna shoot, baby.
In your stack, especially in the back, brother. Wanna thank your mother for a butt like that. You're a shocker. Hey, what's that say? I wanna know, how does it hang? Straight up, wait up, hold up. This motherfucker like Prick Nick. You're a sexy mother.
wondering why the red suit? Well, that's so bad guys can't see me bleed. This guy's got the right idea. He wore the brown pants.
I freaking love that movie. Man.
Let's go give it to you. Motherfucker! X go deliver to you. Damn right, can I do it again? I am right, so I got to break bread with the enemy. No matter how many cats I break bread with, I break who you sending me.
It reeks like old lady pants in here.
Sounds like you have a dick in your mouth.
Fucker, you are hard to look at.
Like a testicle with teeth.
Look like Freddy Krueger face fucked a topographical map of Utah.
Why don't we get trailers like this anymore?
I mean, that was mad, man.
Like, this is it's nearly a 3-minute long trailer.
And it's all good. That's the fucking wild thing about it is that trailer was amazing.
Amazing.
But what I was also talking about too is like the stuff where he would just drop those trailers where he would just talk to the camera and have like,
oh yeah. There was a lot of those too, and
that's what I was talking. He hasn't been doing as many of those, and the ones they've done so far have been kind of lazy. But look, it doesn't matter because you got Hugh Jackman. Hugh Jackman is the big ace in the hole because nobody has played a comic book character longer than Hugh Jackman has played Wolverine. He has that crown now, and it's going to take a long time to find anybody to beat that. So, like, I mean, he's literally been playing this character now for 20 years, 20 plus years.
That's wild when you think about it.
It is. Because the first X-Men movie came out in, 1999, right?
Yeah.
So here we are, 25 years. He's been playing this character now.
He is the perfect Wolverine, you know. It's amazing, like looking at the development of Deadpool. Like I not too long ago, I went on a movie watching spree, you know, going back to some of those, and I watched X-Men Origins Wolverine. And I was like, oh my god, it's amazing how how Deadpool has developed into something. You're like, oh yeah, I do want to see. I very much do. Compared to where they almost dropped that. I mean, that was so bad. You know, the sealed mouth and all of it. Ugh.
Yeah. Well, this is all kind of making up for some of that, and I hope the movie's good. I do. I really do. I want to go in and be impressed because I went in with high expectations on Deadpool 2 and I got disappointed. So, in this time around, I'm hoping if I keep myself a little more level-headed, I'll walk out and go, yeah, it was pretty good. You know, kind of like I did with Bad Boys 4. I didn't really expect that to be as good as it was. And I thought maybe I was crazy, but no, I checked Rotten Tomatoes and stuff, and it's getting a 96 or 97% in the audience score right now, which is insane.
Wow,
so, because, yeah, like, I mean, if you put stuff out there that people want to see and they think is good, it'll do all right, and people will, you know, and that's the thing with Deadpool 1 and somewhat with Deadpool 2, and hopefully now with Deadpool 3, is they'll realize that as long as they just make it fun and stuff that the audience wants to see and not just shove all this woke crap in it, I think we'll be okay.
The critics are knocking it too. You know, what, it's 64?
Yeah, the critics are down on it hard. Yeah.
Of course. I always love the disparity. You can tell in a movie, it doesn't always happen this way.
Of the Acolyte. If you look at the score, like, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, 64% versus the 97.
97. It was at 96 for a while there, yeah.
I want to see what they're,
Yeah, they trashing it for the most
Yeah, I want to
part.
see what they're trashing it for. I'm curious how they, it's forgettable action thriller. What the fuck do you want? I want explosions, shooting, some witty commentary. Like that's all I need.
It's kind of like Tom said earlier. This is sort of starting to get into the realms of Lethal Weapon, right?
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
What this person says, that last one that you just read. Sorry, scroll up. What did it say?
The top
one that was no, down in the middle there. Forgettable.
Yeah, forgettable action thing. Yeah,
action thriller. Yeah. That's what fucking I would take away the forgettable part, but an action thriller is what Lethal Weapon is.
Yeah.
What's wrong with making movies like that?
There's not, man. I mean, I loved it when they try to add more, when they try to get witty and creative. Look at like what happened with the last Die Hard movie. Mm-hmm. When you look at the other Die Hards, they were I mean, I liked everything until that last Die Hard was an absolute fucking shit show of a mess.
Is that the Good Day to Die Hard? Is that one?
The one in Russia, or whatever it was. The one with his kid, Jai Courtney. That one was horrific. I mean, even Live Free or Die Hard wasn't that great. But
what did you think about the one before that? The one with the fire sale and his daughter.
Live Free or Die Hard, like I just said, it was not that bad. It was okay, but it kind of felt like they were trying to push just a little too far with it.
Yeah.
But it wasn't nearly as bad as the fifth one. The problem with the fifth one,
I actually liked that one. I thought it was all right.
It was all right.
It had, elephant one.
Yeah, it wasn't horrible. I mean, it just wasn't nearly as good as Part 3. Like, that's the thing with me. Part 3 is one of those rare sequels that was like, oh my god! Not only did you top the first one, or not only is it as good as, but you may have even topped it, right?
Yeah,
like it is just such a damn good movie, and the chemistry between Samuel L. Jackson and Bruce Willis.
Oh yeah, I mean,
superb. Like, my God, you couldn't have found a better pair. And that's kind of where we get with Will and Martin here in this movie, and so on. And same thing with Martin and Riggs, back in or Murtaugh Riggs. I mean, sorry, back in Lethal Weapon. And it's kind of the same thing here. It's like I said, they've pushed it now to where it's more of a family thing, and they got what it is to be a father, and beyond just being a cop and the shoot 'em up part. It's getting more into the family dynamics and some of that stuff.
You've got
the characters are actual characters. Sorry, I was just going to say the characters are actual characters, whereas they don't write characters anymore. Sorry, go Tug.
No, I was going to say you've got an aging demographic too. When they're going with that. So when you're presenting a character with layers, like if you're presenting, as a father and other things, that goes with that aging demographic, and you can bring in newer audiences, but you want to keep that. So many of these things forget to keep the core audience with them. That's where you lose it. You aim at these imaginary audiences, and you've got to remember that core demographic. They're no longer in the 18 to whatever. Now, again, if you're 4 in, how many years have passed? So yeah, I mean, if you reflect people in that and you bring in those elements. I think I like.
No, go ahead.
No,
I was gonna say we have an example of where they've actually had the adverse effect, and that was Furiosa. Because now we're learning that they lost even more of the female audience than they were initially reporting. Because the funny thing was with Fury Road, whether it was because women ended up liking the first 3 Mad Max films because of Mel Gibson, which he was very, 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 very. Speaking of Lethal Weapon and stuff, that's why my mom loved those movies growing up. And, she'd always joke about, where is he going to show his butt in this one? Right. Because that was what they always looked forward to is, you get a gratuitous and, butt shot from Mel Gibson out of it. But anyway, regardless, Fury Road was a 60-40 split male-female audience, which is actually insane for an action franchise. That's not normal. Yeah. Okay. So then you go to this new one here where they put the female character up front, and what happens? We're finding out now that they have lost close to 60 or 70% of the female audience, along with whatever percent of the male audience. Because at first they said 33%, and now when you go through all the demographics, they have lost almost all of the female. Like, no women showed up to see this fucking movie.
Yeah.
Here's the thing too. I mentioned this when we were talking about it, but the media is picking this story up as well. When I think of Furiosa, I think of Charlize Theron, and I think of all the stuff that happened with Fury Road. She went hard at Tom Hardy. I mean, she talked about him being a monster, essentially. And when it got into the media, it drowned out everything else. I no longer thought about this character in Mad Max. Every time I watched that movie, I look at the dynamic there, and I'm thinking, how poisoned that dynamic is. It's described. That's crazy.
Well, what's hilarious is we get the "that's bait" meme out of this movie because his name in the title is Bait.
Yeah, it is. Uh-huh.
And then,
Mad Max, it's actually, if it's a Mad Max universe, that's still, you're baiting audiences with the Mad Max title anyway.
Yeah, which is basically what they did with the last one now. And that's what I said. If anything, if George Miller wanted to be smart about this, what he should have done is done Furiosa first, but not tell anybody that it's set in the Mad Max universe. And it'd be like how Split. You guys remember Split when that came out a few years back?
Yep.
M. Night Shyamalan movie, and everybody was like, "Oh shit, you got to go see that." And they're like, "Why?" I'm not going to tell you why, because if I tell you why, then it's going to spoil it. Just go see it. And then everybody like, "Holy shit, it's a sequel to Unbreakable." It's like, yeah, that's why I wanted you to go fucking see it. You know what?
Yeah.
That could have been this movie. And then you done Fury Road, and it probably people would have been more accepting of this thing. But you threw this out there. Nobody gives a shit about Furiosa. We learned everything we needed to know about her in Fury Road. There's nothing that's really kind of left open to. And some people have enjoyed the film. I'm not taking that away from them.
I haven't watched it, just to be fair.
Same here. Yeah.
But it's not a movie
I have zero
that
interest in it for though. That's the thing.
That's a movie that I will watch when it becomes available and I can watch it for free. When it's out there, like if they were on a streaming service or something, I would definitely check it out that way. But I am not going to go drop the amount of coin that it takes me to go to the fucking theaters and watch it. And a lot of people felt the same way.
Yep.
And not only that, a lot of us in Rhino, I know, will back me up on this one. All we really, really, really want is one more last ride with old man Mad Max with Mel.
Oh.
Then you can do whatever wasteland story you want to do. We could give a shit.
You want $1 billion?
Well,
honestly, you want $1 billion movie? That's it.
Yeah, and people are like, oh, well, Mel Gibson's crazy. Well, fuck, it's Mad Max, dude. I hope he's crazy as shit. I mean,
yes.
I mean,
well,
he looks crazy.
All I could picture there was when Rhino said that is like, you want to make $1 billion? You talk to me.
That's fucking ain't right, though, man. I mean,
That's
everything
the
that
meme if you do that, yeah.
he lives. He's an embodiment of Mad Max, not just on the screen, but in his real life.
Exactly.
I mean, he's fucking off his rocker. So I love him for that. He's crazy as shit. He's great on.
The evidence for me for the $1 billion thing, just quickly, is the Top Gun.
Oh yeah,
Top Gun. If you put the original, at least some of the original cast in, and you just tell a good story, and especially a Mel Gibson. We haven't seen Mel Gibson in so long because he's essentially cancellation.
Did you see that movie? That 2018 movie. It came up on. I never heard of it. I just skipped it for some reason. But it came on Netflix called Dragged Across Concrete.
No, but I've heard about it.
Oh shit, that's a good movie.
I've
like
heard
it
it's
shows
really
you.
good.
Yeah,
Fat Man was kick ass too. If you haven't seen Fat Man,
oh
my
yeah,
God.
yeah. I mean, he's
But yeah,
amazing
that's one I
in
wanted to
action
see.
movies. He still can carry a movie like that. Again, Dragged Across Concrete. If you haven't watched it, I'm not going to ruin anything. You need to watch that movie.
Netflix, right?
Yeah,
it
and
was.
Super Omicron Brothers. He's supposed to be doing Lethal Weapon 5. Now, I haven't heard much movement on it in a while, but I think it's still supposed to happen. But he's been directing The Passion of the Christ, and that became so big that it's now become Passion of the Christ 2 and 3. He's going to split it up into 2 movies, I heard.
Oh,
so,
really?
yeah, so as soon as he's done with that, he might jump into Lethal Weapon, but I don't know. I haven't heard anything since. Because the deal was Richard Donner got the deal made at Warner Brothers. They were going to go forward with Lethal Weapon 5. They had everybody involved from top to bottom, Chris Rock even, and everybody there, and Donner died.
Right.
He passed away. And
Right.
what he said is he wanted Mel to take it on. And I was hearing rumors that they were leery about that. I don't know if he had anything in writing or anything like that. It's hard to say. And it would be a good passing of the torch. And I think Mel could handle it. Obviously, we know he can. And I think you're right, Rhino. I think people are willing to forgive Mel at this point and say, come on back. Because the only studio that gives him any love is Lionsgate. And why is that?
Yep.
Because they're an international studio more than they are a U.S. studio. And they know how big he is overseas. That's why they put him in the Expendables 3. That's why they're the only studio that's still putting him in lead roles, and they gave him that John Wick show and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Dude, I love that freaking track. Vince Vaughn, surprisingly. I mean, they're really good together in that. But that movie was a reminder of just how good Mel Gibson, and like you said, Fat Man was an amazing movie.
Oh,
too.
fucking
that
great
was.
fun.
Yeah.
It's become a Christmas staple for me now.
Another movie that.
Oh, sorry. Somebody in the chat just mentioned Conspiracy Theory.
Oh, I love that movie.
Oh, yeah,
fucking
yeah.
movie.
Oh, God,
His
yes.
acting prowess in that movie is so unbelievably good.
He's a good actor, man. Like Dragged Across Concrete it has its action, but you have to build through acting in it. I hate the word slow burner, because it's used with so many movies. It's almost like I avoid movies a lot of times when people say that. But that's what this is. If if you use that and do it right, it goes in, it sets it up, and fucking Mel Gibson does it brilliantly. If you look back at movies, like he's a great character actor. He's not just some action moron.
No, have you guys ever seen the movie Payback?
Yeah,
Like that's another one that I love, and that's another one where it's hard to find the original version because ever since Mel got canceled, the director for some reason got his way, and because the studio and Mel took the movie away from him, rightfully so. If you see the other version of that movie, it sucks. It is a downer and it's depressing. The original version is like a key spot on. Like it's funny, it's what it needs to be, and it's like you can tell Mel is just giving it his all, and it's like that other version I hate. And I'm glad I found it on import.
Patriot's another good movie.
Patriot's a fun one, yeah.
Yeah, and I like
a little
how
historically
that's
inaccurate, but it's fun.
Very historic. But you know what? I
know,
didn't expect that. Yeah.
There's one bit in conspiracy theory. I remember when I first watched it, and there's this moment in it where they're talking about they and them, and like I wanted to clip that out for a video, and I couldn't find it. And they're talking about like they're always watching, and she's like they, and he's like them. They're always out there. And like, it just with the pronoun thing going on right now, it almost seemed like a perfect clip to put in for they them pronoun bullshit stuff.
The Patriot thing it's amazing. It also seems like if Mel Gibson were to tell me about himself, he'd be like, "Fuck yeah, I saved the revolution." I could just see.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Another movie that people are finally seeing.
Oh yes.
Oh, Godzilla Minus One is so good. Like that is.
I'm so glad it held up on reviewing because I was like I was worried about that, but yeah.
That's what I thought. How's that going to be when I sit down? I watch it at home. But my God, a lot of times Godzilla, especially with a newer Godzilla approach, the human element, it can drag out. That's
especially
one of the problems.
Especially with the more recent universe and the American ones, like. And that's what I said too. Get rid of the fucking humans, and that's what I actually loved about Godzilla X Kong. I know some people didn't care for it, but I'm like, you know what? One thing we can't bitch about was the humans because they're just there to facilitate to get the monsters from A to
you
B
get the
to
monsters
C.
to
that's it.
But apparently, Godzilla
drama.
Minus One did a really good job with the human characters. Right?
It did.
It was
it's one of the rare Godzilla films, and the
human
end.
Again, I'm not going to ruin it, but that end even hit me in the feels. The human end. Like I said, I'm not gonna ruin that part, but I was like, damn, they didn't just like Tom said, they didn't just facilitate monster, being in there. We had a story that it has the human dynamic. We're seeing it through this person's eyes as Godzilla, appears at first and then throughout the years, how that goes. And the human story is actually a very good story to follow.
Well, this is how you do a remake, right? Because let's be clear on this.
That's what I told somebody. This is Godzilla remake
of the original film.
Yep.
In the way you do it, like this is how you can compare a remake to like The Thing or The Fly, something like that. This is how you do it, right? You take something, you take the kernel of the original idea, you pay homage to it as best you can, but you update it, you give it a new fresh perspective without taking anything away from what the original was, but you're not just retelling the original story either, right? Well, The Thing you kind of did. Like that's almost a bad example here, but Scarface would be a better example probably. But like Scarface or one of those kind of movies where you basically give the audience what they expect from the original story, but you give them even more than they expected. And that's what I felt walking on this movie. Because I went in thinking, oh yeah, I'm going to like it just like any standard typical Toho Godzilla film, whatever. I did not expect to walk out going, this movie should be winning Oscars.
I think The Thing is a great example.
Caliber shit. Like, yeah.
I think it is. Like when you look at it and you look at what was there, again, enjoyable for it. I like the original Godzilla. It's a class, a beautiful movie. But yes, if you're going to go in and remake something and present it to audiences that will both enjoy the original and they would enjoy a modernization. That's the same thing that you could do brilliantly with a movie like The Thing.
And it really isn't even a modernization. That's the beauty of it, was setting it back. But what they did is they took out the elements of the original film as far as like that were because for those I'm sure most of the audience knows this, but for the very few who might not, like the original film was more of an allegory of the bomb being dropped, right? And it's the what the fear of what this could cause and what the fallout caused, right? So that element is still kind of here, but it's also there's other elements here that they're not drawing just upon that, because they do present the Americans as like, yeah, we'd love to help, but we're dealing with our own shit right now.
Yeah.
So we're not so much the bad guys in this version as we were in the other one, right? It's so that part is like, it's kind of like, I loved how we got to look, and this is how you do diverse culture, right? We got to see what it probably was like for a lot of these people right after they got, the shit kicked out of them, and they're literally, in ruins, and you've got all these politics going on around these people. And I love like the character on the boat, I forgot his name, but the other older gentleman who's like, basically like none of this shit ever changes.
Yeah.
It's always the government this, the government that. And they're like, well, then why are you doing it? It's like, because somebody has to do it.
Yeah. And they have to fight him with repurposed, like, war. Yeah. I mean, it's amazing that they do. They work in, like you said, they worked in the environment right after the war, like just how horrible it was. You're following the humans as they rebuild, but you're also, you're following Godzilla as Godzilla becomes this unstoppable killing machine, this monster. And I love how they introduce him. I love that off the, the early island intro. I like how the human element, they did that well. Oftentimes when we're following somebody too, we're always following like this brilliant scientist that. Here we're following a kamikaze pilot that didn't want to kill himself. It was the end of the war. He didn't want anything to do with that. And I mean, it works out.
Yeah.
We see his art.
We do have a scientist character. I didn't mean to interrupt there. I just want to say, but he's not presented the way you're right, like the older ones always would be. Exactly. Yeah.
Even in newer ones, you look at all the brilliant human beings that are there, and they're making the dumbest ass decisions ever. You're like, this person ain't brilliant. This person's an absolute moron. With this is just a regular person put into a horrific situation. In a horrific environment. Again, the end of World War II. I mean, I love that, man. It's such a good movie. Oh, by the way, we were talking about the thing. One thing out of The Beer Bug that was great. All the movie theaters closed down, and we have a little theater here. And a little theater, they were trying to stay open. So what they would do is they would rent you an entire showing area. For $59. At first it was $99, but for $59, I got to go in and watch The Thing on big screen. Good
on them.
Yeah, it was amazing, man.
Yeah, they did the same thing here in my little town. It was basically the same kind of concept. And you could pretty much program whatever you wanted for a set block. They had like their new movies that were showing. So like I think at the time it was like stuff like Ghostbusters Afterlife and stuff like that. So you go in and you'd have you and a party of however many, like up to 12, I think they would allow in or something like that, as long as you spaced yourself. All the stupid bullshit that we did. Don't even get me started on that. But anyway, with all the shit that we've been learning about the last 2 weeks here with the stuff that we can't talk about here with the ouchie guy. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, no, like this movie, and in a way, like this movie plays on those kind of elements. And that's what I love about the allegories that are in it as well. Not to deviate again, but
I just want to quickly touch on something, because you said that the movie was Oscar worthy, right?
Oh,
and then I saw Clay Thomason in the chat saying the Oscars are garbage. I think what Tom was basically talking about was it was Oscar worthy back when Oscars actually meant something.
Yeah, I mean it in a meaningful way, like
like not like it just deserves an Oscar because it's diverse or whatever. Like that's what it is now. It's like back when movie awards actually
it was
like Godfather level. Okay, that's a better way of putting it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, okay, stepping out of this movie, it's like this is just more than just a standard kaiju movie or a Godzilla,
correct,
another Godzilla movie. This is one of those movies that you hold up and go, okay, we have
it's deeper than
30 other Godzilla films, right? Like this is one of the ones that you hold up above the rest and say this is a crowning example. Not only is this a crowning example of Godzilla, but it's a crowning example of all sorts of other kind of movies like this, and it deserves the recognition, not just for the special effects, which it got, but it should have been in the Best Picture category. I don't give a shit. If that Parasite movie beat Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, this movie deserved to fucking be at least nominated. Like, that's what I'm saying. Sure, we all knew Oppenheimer was going to win. It was a shoo-in. It's just a given. But, I mean, these two movies being played together, like, I can't believe they didn't have more of a Godzilla Oppenheimer thing than a Barbenheimer thing. Because those, like, that's what I love about it is, we don't have to worry about him making a sequel to Oppenheimer. Here it is. It's right here. We're looking at it. Godzilla Minus One.
Somebody asked, what do we think of the Quiet Place Day One? I honestly forgot that came.
I haven't actually even watched the first Quiet Place.
I haven't seen the first one yet.
Yeah. I like the first one. I thought it was a really good movie. The second one, they tie into the first one. I thought they did a good job with that. So Day One, maybe. I'm hoping it'll be a good movie. I'm afraid anytime they're like, yeah, let's explain where these things came from or how something happened. When you take that event and you try to go back to the beginning, that always scares me. I mean, it's opening well. I don't know what its budget is though, so I don't know. Comparatively, the first one was a monster success, and the second one, it did pretty well as well. I don't know. I didn't realize it had done so well, like the new one, 40+ million.
So it's actually out. I didn't even know it was.
Yeah, see, I didn't even. I remember seeing trailers for it.
Yeah, me too. Wow.
Movies like this, as long as you keep like I said, I don't know what the budget is, but this is how studios can make money. Like that, when you look at when you look at Saw franchises or many other franchises that have gone like that, they don't spend a lot of money and you can get that return on investment. So if they went crazy and put an insane budget on there, if they kept it reasonable, then
just going back to Godzilla Minus One, that was on what, a $15 million budget or something?
Actually less. Yeah, see, we're learning now, like from what because they asked the director, like, what did you feel about, the budget of $10 million or whatever it was, something like that. And he's like, I wish I had that much.
Yeah.
He said it was probably closer to more like 8. But regardless, we'll throw 10 out there because that's what I love about that now is whenever we hear, oh, this movie cost $200 million. It's like, okay, kids, guess what? That movie cost 20 Godzilla Minus Ones.
Mm. Yeah, when you look at that
as
movie,
a metric now.
The reference, yeah.
And look at the effects in that movie. I mean, it is amazing. I can't say enough good things about that movie. When you look at it, though, you can see where the money went. We were talking about
there's
Star
a lot more
Wars.
practical effects than I noticed this time around watching it. Because the first time out, I was tricked. I'm like, am I seeing CGI or am I seeing practical? Because that's really rare for me. And this is a true story because I had a special effects guy that we had on all the time. Him and I got into a debate one time. He's like, there's things that you can't tell. I'm like, I bet you $5 I can. He's like, still images you can. I said, I bet you $5 I can. He started sending me emails and I'd say if it was fake or real, fake or real. He stopped after like 4 or 5 and didn't say anything else. So I'm thinking I was doing pretty good and he just gave up because he didn't say wrong or anything like that. So at this point, I'm watching this movie. I'm like, is that real or is that CGI? And then I come to learn about how many of the, stuff that was, real effects blended with CGI and how they did it. And it was just like, wow, it's insane how good this shit looks. Yeah.
And what they made it on too, they were like, hey, we were making these. They didn't bring in some big studio to it. I mean, you look at the equipment they were making it on. I mean, home freaking computers and like somebody in the chat said, home computers and laptops, and that's true. They were sending there. They got the most out of it. It's like a love letter to Godzilla.
But see, like
not just a love letter to Godzilla, but movies like that in general. In fact,
and to the fans. I mean,
yeah, because you got characters like the scientist guy. He's kind of an homage to a lot of the characters in the Toho films. There's even like all his buddies. Like there's that one scene where they're sitting at the table and he's got like the red jacket on. There was always that dude in one of the Toho movies that always have like a red jacket on or some shit. So there's all these little things that you pick up on as a fan, but it also the things I picked up on were the things that this guy is a fan of besides Godzilla, right?
Right.
So he clearly knows the kind of story to tell you to get pulled in, with his culture and how to utilize his culture to tell you a story to draw you in instead of preaching to you. And also it's just this beautiful fucking story about these people that come together when, against adversity, which anybody can relate to that, no matter what it is at some point in your life, whether it's that bad or not. I can't say anybody that I know has ever been through something that horrendous, but hey, it is what it is at the end of the day. And not only that, they're clearly this guy was like a fan of things like Jaws and other movies, because you can feel that in the film, right? It's not just that he's a Godzilla fan, but I'm sitting there watching the boat scene. I'm like, this is just like Jaws. This guy loved Jaws.
Amazing, man.
I know, right? Like, it's like, so this guy was bringing all this stuff to the table, and I'm sure there's a million other references that people out there could throw out there. And that's what I loved about this movie. And it felt like the pure love of not just Godzilla and these kind of movies, but cinema and what we can show you guys is something new and exciting. Because I mean, this is also following up Shin Godzilla. I don't know if you guys have seen that or not.
Oh yeah.
And that the effects in that movie kind of took things to the next level. Yeah. But this is kind of like on the opposite side of it as far as the story goes, right? Because that story is more of a satire. This is an actual, like, you know, tugging at the heartstrings kind of story, or whatever you want to put it.
Yeah, like I said, that movie, you know, at the very end, again, not ruin anything, but I was like, oh damn, that actually hit me in the feels. I was surprised by that. Usually I'm willing to write the humans off. You know, again, vehicle to get to my monsters. Like, you know, yeah, I want that. I want a Godzilla and a Mothra throwing down. That's really what I'm watching this for. You know, fuck all this other crap. But in this, I didn't mind. You know, what was fascinating about it is my kids didn't mind. You know, they enjoyed the movie too. And a lot of times, especially with the newer MonsterVerse, you know, they get bored waiting for the monsters to get there because there's so much human. Yeah.
Well, and they learned that pretty quick after the first couple Godzilla films, when they realized, why are we trying to pander to this audience when kids love monsters and dinosaurs, and we got both.
Yeah, that's what,
because those toys would sell like crazy, and they still do. But I mean, and the other thing is, you know, regardless, I look at it this way, because there's been a lot of people who have been, you know, debating the whole thing of like, well, they should be more like this, and Godzilla X Kong is trash, and da. And, you know, look, right now I say, look, as Godzilla fans, we're getting the best of both worlds. We're getting more Godzilla than you can shake a stick at. We've got more Godzilla now than there's ever been in the history of the world, except for maybe when they had the Godzilla animated series and the movies going on at the same time. That's like the closest. Because even when they made the 98 Godzilla, they had to stop making the Toho films for a while. That was part of the deal. But I'm just happy we got more Godzilla than I can, you know, deal with here. And that's why I love this meme, if you want to share this real quick, Tug, because I think this says it all. We can have both, and they can coexist.
Well, just going back to like what you were saying.
I see a lot of people arguing over it, but yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's hilarious.
I think that's very fitting.
That is actually really good.
That's good stuff. Yeah,
but yeah, like
anyway.
just going back to like, you know, how much it costs to make a movie like Godzilla Minus One, and then like look at the budget that they've got on something like The Acolyte, and you know, Tom's sitting there who's watched a lot of movies, he knows his shit pretty well, and he can even get confused by what he's seeing, whether it be practical effects or CGI in something like Godzilla Minus One. But then you watch something like The Acolyte, and it's like, geez, this looks horrible.
I think it's
$20 million episode. It's fucking disgusting.
Right.
You know, people give you shit about having many versions of movies. You know, I was talking about the beer bug watching of The Thing. I watched the Scream Factory and the Arrow edition. You know, because in the Scream Factory, they always wanted to add that blue tint, more desolate look. So I wanted to see how they both looked on the screen, you know. So as far as owning multiple copies, sometimes there's a point to owning multiple copies.
You'd be surprised how, and that's one thing they really like to screw up a lot, is the color timing. And I've learned a lot just because we've been working with a couple of these companies for a few reasons I can't get into right now, but you guys will find out later. It's nothing really amazing or big deal, but
they're making that Umbrella God movie. Yes.
No, that'd be awesome if they did. Yeah,
The Ascension.
Like, you know,
and then they're going to say this is a true story, and then it's going to tell a completely different story.
Yeah, actually. So I guess.
But no, like, you know, you're kind of at the mercy sometimes of what the studio gives you with some of these boutique companies like Shout and all that stuff. But then other times, like Arrow, they'll do their best to get the original files, so then they can do their own version, even if they're stuck with that scan. So yeah, I know Yellow Flash gives me a lot of shit for having multiple versions of movies, but you're not wrong, Tug, for that very, very fucking reason that there can be variations that you don't know. And that's sometimes how we figure out and pick out, oh, this was edited out or changed, or they forgot to add this to it, or, you know, when they remaster it, then they fuck up the sound or something, miss a line and stuff like that. Yeah.
Well, you know, I remember like movies like Dead Alive, for example. You know, if you got the Japanese laser disc version, you get 11 minutes of cutout gore, you know, at one time. Or, you know, the Jason Goes to Hell. If you could find this specific version, you know, it's not all chopped to shit, you know, and so on. So I mean, there are there are reasons.
You know, like you have like where with the whole thing with streaming and stuff now too, and that's another thing. And you have movies where we've had director's cuts and extended cuts that have been on DVD that haven't been brought to Blu-ray yet. Tombstone had an extended cut on DVD that hasn't been brought to Blu-ray yet.
Oh man, like the new Waterworld edition that came out.
That one they finally did, yeah. Finally.
And they put on the TV version on that, you know, where they had all those chopped out scenes. It's kind of crazy. That's a lot of watching to go in to see what they left out. But man, they really took a lot out of that movie. I had no idea how much of that movie they left on the cutting room floor.
There's actually two different versions of that movie on there besides the theatrical, and there's the extended cut and the TV cut, which are very little variant, but almost.
Yeah, I think if you take the... Okay, go ahead, Ron.
Sorry. I just wanted to make a quick correction. Flash doesn't give you shit, Tom, for having multiple copies of multiple movies. He gives you shit for having multiple copies of Godzilla 98.
And that's not even the movie I have the most copies of. That's what's funny.
Hey, Tom, you got to ask what color timing is, by the way.
Color timing is okay. So when a movie is made, you'll edit it all together, and then in one of the final processes is you'll do a timing of the color to make sure that the color doesn't fluctuate too much in one scene or another, or they want to do it for an artistic reason. Say you'll want to do like a good example is if you've ever seen the movie Out of Sight, the Jennifer Lopez, George Clooney movie.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, so like whenever you're in Miami, everything has like an orange wash to it. Whenever you're in Detroit, everything has a blue wash to it to kind of give it that cooler feeling opposed to the warmer feeling. So that's kind of what they'll do is like and what it does is unify the scenes a little better. Also, it's a way of going through like if you have different shots that were shot on different days, you want to make sure the lighting and looks the same so it doesn't look so jarring cutting between shots. It's that person's job to go in and regulate the balances and everything to make sure it doesn't feel like you're two different time periods and all that kind of stuff. It's a very technical kind of thing. And nowadays it's all done digitally. Back in the day, it was done throughout the process. And at the end, it was done
expensive, you know,
and it was done chemically back then. Yeah. That's the thing. So there was variations and things. And now they screw it up so many times. That's not even funny. Yeah.
That's why with The Thing, like when Scream Factory released, there had always been discussions about how they wanted to make it look more desolate. They wanted a blue tint to the whole movie. So if you watch that version, that is actually has that alteration to it. And typically, you know, I don't like my movies altered after the fact, but since there's so many versions of that movie out anyway, if you want to see that in process, you can compare that Scream Factory release to say the new Arrow release.
And The Thing has a 4K release from Universal that is actually really, really good too. Yeah. So, and I think that it doesn't have as harsh of a blue wash.
I love
to
that
it,
movie,
if I remember
man.
right.
I just I watched that quite a bit. Actually, I've gotten to the point where I really like the prequel. I mean, some of the digital, you know, they took out.
I never made it through that one.
Yeah, if you go back and watch it, I mean, there's, you know, obviously the end, and there was the whole thing with the company for practical effects. You know, the studio came in, overrode the people, and they end up doing a lot of computerized effects. But even when you go back, you can tell the director, they put in a lot of effort. There's a website, Outpost 31, that, you know, had layouts, for example, of the Norwegian base. They used those, you know, fan designed blueprints, so they would get the blueprints as close. So it's still, I mean, it has its problems, but I've gotten to the point where it's not The Thing. Obviously, it's not that great of a movie, but it's aged a lot better than I thought it would. Yeah. I think I'm gonna hit super chats. This has been good though, man. I love watching. I love talking movies and fucking good conversations there. So, Christine, thanks for 16 months. Looking forward to the stream. FlashCAST, baby. Much love to Tug in the chat. Thank you. Appreciate that. That's Grandma. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tug's Thugs. Thank you. Romer, what's up, Romer? Thanks for the 46 months. I'm still alive, Butterfiend. Back pain's still there, but they found out herniated disc is pushing on my diagnosis. Man, almost back to full recovery. Great full recovery, though, my brother. You know, it's great to hear. Also, Yellow Flash popped in, giving us...
He dropped his roses.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Isn't
Those are for all your copies of Godzilla.
There's more roses there than my copies.
Yeah, you know, actually, that's
only got
Flash really
4.
trying to buy them off of you. He's like, hey,
He
you
might.
know, can I buy all those? That's code.
I'm
Because he really
honestly
loves
surprised he doesn't get a bunch of them in the mail in his PO box or
I
something.
would. I tell people all the time, like, you know, go to yard sales if you find anything related to that Godzilla movie. Oh my God, send it to him. He loves it.
I'd actually
he loves Matthew
probably
Broderick.
be surprised. I'd probably actually like some of it. I didn't hate the movie so much. Is it a Godzilla movie? No.
It's a giant lizard
No.
movie.
It's a fun giant lizard taking out New York.
Yeah. If it
movie,
weren't a Godzilla movie, I would be more okay with that. When they called that Abomination a Godzilla movie, though, it pissed me off a bit, you know. But yeah, like Godzilla doesn't dodge anything. You know, Godzilla's just like, shoot me, fuck you. You know, and finally, maybe you'll shoot him with something big enough, it'll stop him. But, you know, when he's dodging things shot at him, I was like, no way.
Well, and that's just because Roland Emmerich didn't want to make a Godzilla movie. He wanted to make like a Jurassic Park movie, basically. That's what he wanted.
So, I mean, if I go back and watch it like that, I don't know. It's been a while since I watched it. I don't know if I could. There's so many other things I would rather watch.
And it's been adopted by the fans. It's now it's referred to as SD0 says in the chat. They call it Zilla.
Zilla.
Because it was because the funny thing is if you see Godzilla, I think it's Godzilla 2000 or Final Wars, one of the two. I'm drawing a blank now. But they have the Godzilla go up against that version of Godzilla, kicks its ass in like 20 seconds. Like just obliterates it. Yeah,
I mean,
it's
again,
hilarious.
It's a giant lizard. You know, it has nothing to do with Godzilla. Fallen Hero.
It was Final Wars. Okay, I wasn't sure. Tippy Craft. Thank you.
So at Final Wars.
Yeah, I couldn't remember.
Man, it's been a while. I need to go back when I can't remember parts of it. I need to go back and watch. I mean, that's another good thing with watching a great Godzilla movie. It's put me in the mood to go back and watch a bunch more Godzilla movies.
Well, and I grew up on the cheesy ones, and that's why I don't mind the American ones so much, the Legendary franchise or whatever you want to call it, the MonsterVerse ones, because to me they're just paying homage to the fun, goofy 1960s and 70s Godzilla films. I mean, and that's what I loved about getting Godzilla Minus One. That one's paying homage to like the 4 or 5, now 5 serious Godzilla films we have. See, that's another thing I think a lot of people didn't understand is like, you know, you do realize, because I got a lot of shit for liking Godzilla X Kong. That's where this is coming from, just so you know. So I was like, you know, you guys do realize that we've only had like 5 serious Godzilla movies. The rest are batshit crazy. Like batshit crazy. I mean, you think the stuff that we're getting in the Legendary films is nuts? Go watch some of those 60s and 70s Godzilla films and then come back and talk to me. You're like,
oh man, there's so many. I've liked some of the Criterion sets that came out. Oh my God, you know, being able to go back and watch those again and introduce them to my kids. Now my kids are going to be more open to watching after Minus One. You know, so I'm happy.
I bet you they'll have some fun with them.
Scott, thanks for the 2 months there. Rural West Tennessee, right here at Tug. Hey, props to you. You know, Tennessee to Tennessee. Appreciate you. Marsupial Gamer. Hey, what's up, my friend? Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Appreciate you, my friend. Sandra D. Thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, Sandra. Good to see you. Also, AJ Stone. What's up, my friend? It's good to see you, too. Thanks for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Sandra D. Thank you also for additional gifted membership there. Thank you. I love the gifted memberships. That's one of my favorite things on here. So, B-Jax, thanks for the 2. Is your stream on Ricketa's last stream somewhere? I'm going to upload that to Locals. It took it all night to process, so I couldn't download it, take it off. The reason that I don't have it up here is because it had the Locals chat on it too, and you can pretty much say anything there, but you can't say it here. So that would have been a good way to get a channel strike. So I will put it over there. It'll be free, so you can check that out. I'll put it up it'll be sometime tomorrow, I know, because it's late. Well, it'll be sometime today, I guess. Gamer Jackie, thanks for the 2. Remember, R-Wing and L-Wing are on the same bird?
Right and left wing. politics. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and it took me a minute. I was like, "What was that?" Oh yeah, politics. Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, when we get over, it's like all this stuff, man. When we start arguing over bullshit, that's exactly what people want. They don't want us focusing on the fact that a uniparty, they're the ones fucking us all over. Maybe if we started focusing on that, we figure out that we have a lot more in common than we don't.
Yep.
Magnet Fender, thanks for the 5 there. During this cycle, I have a word for journalists. COVID is 100% over. No more mandates, no more pokes. Seriously, shut the fuck up about a 4-year-old code. Yeah, they've tried that. I'm telling, like, some of the stuff they try in election year is maddening.
Insane.
The last thing that I covered with Johnny Depp, for example, was there was a series put out by this group called Tortoise Media. That doesn't sound like very much, but they were back. They had millions behind them. They had powerhouse media connections. They're still getting promoted everywhere right now. And what they did is they went in and took a political slant. They talked about bots, trolls, and they tried to tie it to one of Depp's lawyers, Adam Waldman, with election interference. They tried to destroy the man for a freaking election year. I was like, of all things, a 2-year-old case being tied in with a narrative of election interference. Just, they'll do anything. So, let's see, sir, thanks for the 5. Riley, friend of Juju and Vito, was just pinched by the 5-0 trying to crash Dallas meetup. Oh, so that's why. Check the list of clips. Yeah, I saw the thing on Twitter. There's actually a clip. But like I said, I am trying not to get myself involved in crazy. And it's not, man. I mean, I don't like what's happened in the comic sphere. I don't like it because ultimately we set out to try to take on mainstream. Like when I started covering stuff, I started in comic books and I was focusing on, all the main players in that. I didn't get into it to go after independent creators. And I like many of them. Like Eric has been nothing but a great guy to me, and I hate that. It's one element of it. I try to focus that. I try to remember why I got in on this. And even if I have real problems, I wish people would refocus and remember, like, what was the point to what we were doing? Because there was a point. There's always, it's the same reason I don't go after a lot of smaller movies or, if I got into a beef with somebody about it, because we were talking about the things that we enjoyed or these industries and how they've been co-opted and ruined,
Yep.
Jesus, thanks for the gifted membership. Appreciate that. I like the picture there too.
Yeah.
I like that. Yellow Flash, thanks for the 20 there. Suffer Riley. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I have to check that out.
Yeah, it's out there. And again, I guess Alyssa Clips has it too. I'm sure there'll be a dozen people talking about it and everything. But it's all tragic, man. It sucks. It all fucking sucks there.
Yep, I'm with you.
It's been it's driven a lot of wedges between people that were friends for a long time. I mean, people I started this in 2018, and a lot of the people that I know that I started YouTubing with that were friends, that were good friends. They've had like items. I hope we get to the point one day where everybody can lay aside some differences, and if they want to have a heel stream in some way, like I'm welcome for that too, because there's been so much fucking madness. We're at the point where people are being arrested, for fuck's sake. Come on. On John, hey, what's up, on John? How are you doing, my friend? Thanks for two. Didn't Lofty indirectly reveal he's a stalker, like a grocery stalker?
Stalker, yeah.
By the way, has anybody talked to Lofty lately?
Oh man, no. I sent him a DM last week, and he still didn't reply, nothing. So
I love Lofty. Like I realize that we argue about things, and and whatever, but that doesn't reflect on the person. I like Lofty. I also think it takes some stone sometimes to come into these live streams and to throw down about your opinions.
Oh yeah.
DCV
but
Titan?
I like having the opposite, thought process. So at least then we can have a bit of a debate. And
I just
as much as I I said on FlashCAST, like, I want to fight her and all of this kind of stuff. Like, I kind of do like him. I don't agree with him on a lot of shit, but I don't know. Grown to.
I've talked to Lofty somewhat on just on an individual basis here and there about stuff. And Lofty's one of those people that would try to help you with anything. Yeah. Just a nice person. So
nice guy.
Yeah. So with Lofty, I hope like if he's taking time off for something personal or whatever, I wish him the best. And if something came up on the internet that drove him away, I hate that idea. And man, I would love to have him back.
Yep,
DCV Titan, thanks for the 5. To be fair, nowadays, I'd rather meet the bear too. It'll only bother me once.
Well, and it depends on I loved your idea of like putting out there like would men be rather left alone in the woods with a woman or a bear? I mean, depends on the woman. Like that's what I gotta say. At this point, because fuck. I'd rather just get it over with and listen to some crazy bitch for hours.
It's crazy when this division that's promoted. My audience is like primarily female. It's an overwhelming majority is female, and it's crazy because like when I talk about the bear in the woods thing, for example, like I'm not having people tell me, oh, I'm a sexist monster, because I think that's fucked up. The majority of females there, like a lot of people had a problem with that. I see what people were trying to make a point with, but it was, again, as a thought experiment, like you said, Tom, it failed, and it failed utterly.
This is the thing with it. If I had a choice between a woman or a bear, I'd want a woman, because at least I can do stuff with a woman. And that's what they don't want to hear. It's a joke.
And that's why they picked the bear.
I don't know, man. I'm from
I know.
Out here in Tennessee. I'd hate to hear how many people would say the bear because they could do stuff to the bear too. I'm like, oh.
Are you kidding me? That bear keep me warmer than any woman at night.
That's right.
Squeal like a pig, bear.
Exactly. Down. Yeah, man. Oh God. You know what ruined? I mean, we have real deliverance. This is funny. So I knew this couple that moved down here from California, and they were talking about buying some cheap land, and they were pointing out this area, and I was like, that's deliverance country. You go out there, and these people may, excuse my wording, but I was like, they may buck you and skin you, or who knows what they might do to you. Yeah. Like, the land you're buying has probably been like repossessed by a bank or something, and you don't want any of that. Like, you don't want to be there.
As far as the fucking and skinning, we don't even know what order that may come in.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true.
Man, these carpetbaggers moved in. Oh wait, I'm not supposed to say them. Somebody told me carpetbagger is a bad word, so my bad. These carpetbaggers that moved in from I can't remember where they moved from. It was New York or something. They bought a plot of land, a beautiful plot of land, like right out in front of Mount Scenic. They built a flamingo pink house.
Wow,
the ugliest shit. They diverted a natural creek out there too, and their kids. They're playing out there. They live close to one of my relatives. I've been walking the property with my relatives, and I saw them playing around this creek, and you could see snakes. You could see them responding to that. So I walked over, and I there was a water moccasin, and I killed the water moccasin. Typically I wouldn't, but there were little kids right there. Their parents threw a shit fit. They were like, that animal would have left them alone. I was like, are you fucking crazy? They had left them alone. Well, they get bit out here in the middle of nowhere. They're dead.
Yeah.
God. But let's see. DB, thanks for the 10 there. Didn't know what was up with the quote-unquote stealing of FlashCAST in some kind. It's a joke for Flash. Like, Flash is an old friend. Like, I consider a lot of the people on FlashCAST, I consider friends. Like, and we fucking cut up. Like Tom and Rhino, I consider friends. You have online acquaintances, but I like these guys, and we joke around. But I've known Flash since 2018. So anytime I host FlashCAST, I hijack it or steal it or whatever, He's somewhere. I don't know. He hit me up a few days ago and he was like, hey, I'm going to be doing something. Do you want to host? I was like, absolutely. I think it'll be fun. If I can get Tom, Rhino, it's actually two people I named right now. I was like, if I get those two, and if other people come in, that's awesome. But those two will have a damn good movie talk.
Yep.
But since I came in late, but here's a little support tossed your way for taking the reins and diving into the drama.
Well, we didn't really dive into the drama, but yes, thank you.
No,
fuck that motherfucker.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Fuck him.
I just don't like the drama. I like people. And I want people to get along. And I know that not everybody's going to get along. I know that. I've lived a long enough life now to know that not everybody's going to get along. But...
Well, and I thought I left a lot of the drama in high school, but I always went by the rules. If you don't talk about sports, politics, and religion, you're probably going to be all right with most people. But unfortunately, politics has gotten just so.
They're some of the hottest topics at the moment. Yeah.
Sports it depends on who you're talking to, right? Like that, yeah. That just to me was a good rule because it keep you out of most arguments with people, basically.
Yeah, it caused a lot of debate. I avoided politics, except again, this is FlashCAST. That would have been one of the topics we hit. We brought that up, and that's fine. But typically, like with anything I do, I make it very clear. Like I don't think any of these people support what I need. It's just a normal person out here I haven't felt represented in a long fucking time. So, but sides on any of that.
Yep.
Emma? Thanks, Vibe. I'm not a fan of the DC MCU movies, but I fucking love Deadpool. I can't wait for this movie.
Emma, and this is a point I made on another podcast once where people were talking about the movie and some people were like thinking, oh, it's going to fail just because comic book movies are failing right now. And I said, I don't know. Deadpool is one of those characters that transcends comic book movies.
It's going to do well.
Yeah, I know a lot of people where they flat out say it's like, I don't like these Marvel movies and stuff like that, but I like the Deadpool movie.
Yep.
Right. Like Deadpool is kind of its own thing. And as long as they realize that and keep that, because that's where me and Rhino are kind of coming from too, is like the more you shove of the MCU and crap into this, that's not a good thing. Yeah, it's going to take it away from what it was originally, because that's what I loved about it. It was kind of like an outlier. Sure, it took place in the Fox-Men universe, but it was still kind of that was part of the great jokes, is every time Deadpool would like to try and look into a room or whatever and the X-Men were in there, the door would get slammed in his face. You know what I mean? Like that was kind of the joke, right?
Yeah. You could also make the same argument that people were talking about comic book movies being dead when No Way Home came out.
What's the budget for Deadpool 3? Do we know, by the way?
I think it's pretty high. I heard it's in the $200 million range. Yeah. Well, the thing with the first film is they did boast, oh, we made a comic book movie for like $70 million. Well, then they turned around and got sued for like $30 million for not paying their CGI animators. So it's like, I've kind of said like the ground level floor on these kind of movies is always going to be anywhere between 100, 120 easy. And then you get big stars in there and it's going to start costing more money and all that kind of shit. So yeah,
I'm sure adding Hugh Jackman in and stuff is probably not cheap. But out of any movie, I mean, my mom, for example, she's very conservative about stuff. Doesn't like a lot of profanity or ugliness. She likes Deadpool. I was like, really? All the, you look like a human testicle. All that stuff. Really,
charm
like that?
Can go a long fucking way. And I bring that up because like there's movies like Revenge of the Nerds. That movie is so charming that it doesn't matter that it's basically a titty comedy. Right. Same thing with like movies like Police Academy and a few other ones. Like you kind of forget, oh yeah, this movie's rated R and it's supposed to be like an adult, comedy, but it's got so much heart, or it has such an enduring character like Deadpool where you root for him, you like him, you love the way he acts with people. And that's what draws you in. So like that's what makes Deadpool. Deadpool is obviously Ryan Reynolds, as we said before, and that transcends just the idea of being a comic book person. Because Most people didn't even know
still-
who the fuck Deadpool was when Deadpool came out.
But they still had all the elements. So you want that. One of the things that we have so many problems with all the superhero movies is you don't carry that hardcore base of fans. You don't carry the. Now they're languishing, but at one time you still have quite a few people that enjoy comics or enjoyed them, and they enjoyed Deadpool. All the elements that made him successful as a comic book character, they carried him over to the screen, and I absolutely love that. When I saw Ryan Reynolds take on Deadpool, the first movie, I was like, man, I could see this being one of the more edgy scripts that you'd run across. Not your everyday fan Deadpool, but it had all those elements. Everything from talking to the audience.
You are saying the first Deadpool movie, right? Not the first time.
Yeah, first movie. Yeah, I don't mean
because the first time we saw.
Yeah, no, I don't mean
Origins Wolverine.
Yeah, I don't mean Origins.
Yeah,
no, the mouth shut thing was. I was like, what the fuck?
So apparently the budget remains elusive, but the predictions are that it's been between $200 and $300 million. So
it'll make it. I mean, that movie's going to have success. That's one of those that it appeals to so many people. Like anybody that thinks that movie's going to flop, and I want to know what they base that on. I know superhero movies aren't working out right now, but look at why.
It's because of the way that they're writing them. If they were writing good stories with good characters and adapting comics and this and that and doing it well, we wouldn't be going through this lull in and talking about it, saying, there's a thing out there where people are, the fatigue. That's the word.
Superhero fatigue.
Superhero fatigue. That wouldn't be a thing if they were actually telling good stories, writing good movies, and writing good characters.
And I think that we've reached a point where I used to be resistant to the comparison of superhero movies to the Western genre, but I'm starting to come around to it more because I think we've gotten to that point. And the problem is, what kind of hurt the Western genre and killed it, believe it or not, was the fact that they just couldn't get out of the way of it being a mostly conservative kind of thing, right? Like
that's why the Italian Western exploded,
Exactly, right? People got sick and tired of the same old thing with Westerns, be it, because it's only for a certain demographic anymore or whatever it is. And they've kind of done that to the comic book movie, even though they didn't have to. And the same thing kind of happened to the Western, you're right. And that's where we started importing more Westerns, and those were becoming more popular than the typical John Wayne type of thing. Yeah,
that's why with the Clint Eastwood stuff. Yeah, that's why with Clint Eastwood stuff, the directors in that, they were like, they didn't know the rules. They didn't realize you couldn't do a lot of his stuff there. And they did. It was very irreverent.
And you're right. Like Clint Eastwood is basically like the Deadpool of the Westerns at that time. That was the rarity. And now we're hitting that point where we're going to only get a Spider-Man No Way Home or possibly a Deadpool 3 every once in a while. We're not going to be getting them constantly like we were in the heyday of Marvel. And it's their own fault. They could have milked this cow for years, but they decided to integrate it so much with this woke bullshit garbage, right? And yeah, sure, Deadpool's going to be the biggest movie of this year, and good for them. And they're going to get this false sense of, yeah, we're back, baby. But guess what? We're not showing up for Captain America Falcon movie. Nobody gives a fuck about that.
Well, look at the movies that were successful. The ones that really follow a comic book blueprint. Some of them that actually, they may dumb it down to make it, a few hours here, but something like a Civil War, for example. I mean, you're taking an idea that's straight off the pages. You're not hiring a writer that has never fucking seen a superhero movie, that doesn't know anything about these characters, and thrusting them in and giving your modern take. You're not trying to bring in some phantom audience that won't give a fuck about these movies.
Look, with Civil War, there are elements of Civil War that I absolutely love, but I do hate the actual Civil War stuff.
I hate that I've read the thing is that it is a shallow movie comparatively.
In comparison to the brutal Civil War that it actually was.
Mm-hmm. Did you? So you read the comic version?
I haven't read the actual comic book, but I've got I'll show you. I've got this Marvel encyclopedia thing. And you just go to the Civil War section of that book, and the way that they describe it in there is completely different to what they did in the actual movie. People out there
they lighten it up.
So
that's why, like I say, I ran about Age of Apocalypse. Age of Apocalypse, you're supposed to have you have an event that kicks off. It was like your first huge event like that. You have a character you follow in, and Apocalypse, who thinks mutant superiority. You know, he's turned the U.S. into a killing zone. So your character pops in. Well, Bishop, he pops in, and he's standing atop a mountain of bodies. You know, and the way it plays out is, it works out so well. If they would have taken that movie or that idea and they would have translated that to screen, it would have been amazing. But instead, we got this shallow origin story that meant nothing.
See, something like Civil War, though, I would want Civil War to be an R-rated movie.
Yes, yeah, it would definitely help that movie out quite a bit. I mean, it worked out for people to watch. It had enough mainstream appeal. You know, it again was in the heyday of all the movies popping up too. So, but they did take something still from the pages that was successful, and they translated. Like, I mean, so many of the modern movies, whether it's DC or whether it's MCU, they've just created a story out of nothing, and it shows. It shows people don't care about these characters at all. And what's amazing is it doesn't just translate to us, you know, people who enjoy the source material. It translates to normies out there. They notice how much this is just some cookie cutter nonsense that nobody gives a shit about. Screwball, what's up, Screwball? Thanks for the file there. Didn't the Federal Reserve in New York have to upgrade their security because Die Hard 3 exposed seismic flaw? I don't know how that translated to real life, to be honest. Do any of you?
Sorry, just quickly.
Not offhand, but I can understand that.
And then, like,
There
you've
you
got a
go.
whole section on Civil War.
Yeah.
And it goes into great detail and shit. It's really, really good. This book's incredible.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, that is an event that actually it came out in the modern era where a lot of comics are awful, you know. And when it first came out, I didn't pick it up, you know, because again, so much stuff, it was terrible at the time. But that was right on the edge of it, and it turned out to be pretty good. I mean, there were a few add-ons that weren't good, but anyway.
Yeah.
Tech Wizard, thanks for 5. They're arresting Riley for stalking Eric July right now. Yep, we hit that one for sure. We did talk about that. Almond John, thanks for the 5 there. 10 Cloverfield Lane is a fantastic movie.
I've heard about that movie. Go on, sorry.
It's so good. When you finish watching it, you'll want to watch it all over again. What did you think about that, Tom? It wasn't supposed to originally be a Cloverfield.
Yeah,
movie.
and that's probably why I enjoyed it, because I hated the first Cloverfield. I know a lot of people enjoyed
shaky
it.
cam.
Oh God, I was so thankful that the PS3, when you would play a movie at like 1.5 times speed, it would still play the audio for you. Yeah. Because I watched the last half of that movie on 1.5 times speed because it just was so bad.
I liked it when it came out, but it was hard to watch, and I can't go back and watch it. At the time, like, you know, the type of movie it was, again, an Americanized monster movie. I was like, wow. But that's a movie I have a lot of trouble watching.
My issues with the characters and just certain choices that were made and some other things that just got grinded on me. But as far as Cloverfield Lane, I actually enjoyed that film. I thought it was fine. If anything, I think tying it to Cloverfield did it a disservice. Kind of takes away the air of the mystery to it, I guess, or whatever. That's kind of become its own thing.
What year did that come out?
The first one, or
the first one was it like 2008?
Yeah, it's 2007 or 8, 9, somewhere in there. I think.
I think the unforgivable thing there is we've seen the shaky cam. You know, getting that raw feel. We saw that The Shield was one of the first things to do that really, really well and present it to all audiences. And that came out in 2002. If they couldn't learn from a show like The Shield, you know, on how to present that and not make you nauseous when you watched it, that's one of the things that really upset me. Okay, let's see. STZ, thanks for the 2. We talked about the Quiet Day one. Rhino, man, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Rhino, appreciate that, my friend. Back in the thing.
I'm talking and I couldn't say it. I was muted. Sorry, I just wanted to say I was giving back to the chat because the chat's been awesome tonight. So thanks, chat.
They have. I wanted to have a movie discussion. You know, used to when you got a bunch of people together. Like we've always in nerd geek culture, whatever you want to call it, we've always argued about stuff. Always, and it used to be a fun thing. Used to be really fun.
Fun discussions. Even if you walk away disagreeing, like you always had fun.
Yeah, you live and let live. And really, you know, it added to that. It's a love for the medium. And I think having people that, you know, that get along and have fun and can mock each other if we want to. That's the one thing I like about Tom, too, man. I like every now and then I like giving you shit, Tom, because you take it well, and sometimes you'll go on an epic rant. I love it.
As long as I know people, I'm fine with it, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, some people, these days, you know, personalize shit so much. And, you know, it's fun to get around people that, I don't know, they just have fun with it.
Well, that's one of the reasons you guys were talking about Lofty earlier. And, you know, I don't have anything personal so much against him, but the issue I do have with him is when you're in a debate with him and such, and he does decide to jump to something personal. That's what I don't like.
Oh,
like,
and the cutting off.
And I don't.
Sorry, I just cut you off.
Yeah, no, it's fine. And I don't, and you know, it's not that I don't like him at all. It's just that's the things that I can't get past with him when we're getting into discussion
I
or
think
disagreement.
Though,
but yeah.
I think though with Lofty, the reason that would happen is because he would have such a contrarian take a lot of times that everybody on the panel would be like, "What the fuck?" You know, so it might, it'd be like an 8 against 1 oftentimes. Sure. And
I throw shit back at him just as much as he gives me. But no, I'm good at usually taking. I'm pretty good at taking a joke.
Which is also a credit to Lofty, being the fact that he can sit on a panel with 8 people versus him. It's their 8 opinions that are the same, and then his opinion, which is different, and he'll come back and do it all again with those same people. It's like, it is a credit to him that he can at least have those.
And sometimes I do like to be the contrarian. I'm not gonna.
I always like giving him shit. He'd be like, "You don't know real good, man." I'm like, son of a bitch. I own thousands of movies. I think I have at least a decent, you know, take on classics, and you know, I've seen quite a few movies. But no, I enjoy him still. I'd like to see him back. Nicholas, thanks for the 2 there. Godzilla Minus One was good. Hope we get a sequel.
Me too, but I'm worried because the director's been sucked into Hollywood and stuff now.
Yeah, that's the problem. You know, I mean,
yeah, they'll give him $150 million budget and it'll be shit.
He'll sign up for a Star Wars movie, and that's what I said. I was afraid of what happened.
Yeah. Sometimes we
he'll
don't
sign up for a
want
Star
a
Wars
sequel.
movie that never happens. Exactly. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
No, I mean, it's like, remember Freddy versus Jason? I know you have a director that comes in, knows not a lot about that, looks at it in a different way, does an amazing movie that does, you know, it works out. It works out pretty well. And then, you know, people were clamoring for a sequel. And looking back at that, I'm glad we never got a fucking sequel to that, you know, because it stands as an interesting one-off in that. And I mean, Godzilla Minus One stands as an interesting one-off. I'm always afraid when especially if another movie tries to link directly to like a sequel. If he did another Godzilla movie, I'd be curious like where he'd want to focus it. You know, as a direct like a sequel itself, as another Godzilla movie, it might be interesting. You know, but it does scare me.
I'm not against it. I'm just worried that he's going to get sucked into something else and they'll just move on to something else.
Yeah, that's true too.
Because I mean, lately it's go ahead.
No, I'm just saying Hollywood is notorious about doing that to directors. Yeah. Oh, we were talking about go ahead. No, you go.
I was just kidding. Not only that, it seems like Toho might be going with this idea of doing different things for every movie now instead of doing direct sequels, because they haven't done a lot of that in a while. But this is one I would love to see this director, his take on some of the other classic Godzilla characters like Mothra and Ghidorah and all that stuff. Like that I'd love to see. But again, it might not work for him. This might be a one and done thing, and he tries to do it with something else and just might fall flat on its face. We don't know, but we'll have to wait and see. I mean, we can hope. I don't want to be too Debbie Downer on it.
No, it does scare you. You get something that seems like a breath of fresh air, and then they want to corporatize the person. Hell yeah! Did you ever see that movie Stakeland? Have you ever seen that? It's random.
Stakeland.
Yeah, it's like a vampire. It's like vampires have taken over. They're everywhere. And
I don't know that one.
The reason I bring that up is budget-wise. I went back and saw that movie recently, and it's amazingly done when you look at the fact that its budget was $625,000, and when you look at a lot of movies and you look at the budgets and what people are actually able to do versus again you don't have to recuperate a lot of money with that. $625K to do a movie that has some pretty good effects to it. Has a good story. It's manageable. You see a lot of lessons coming out of the horror genre. Where people do that. They do it repeatedly. That's when I don't really like Blumhouse for a lot of the stuff that they do. They put out a lot of garbage, but at the same time they put out profitable garbage. They've made some recent mistakes, but man, their early stuff, they were so damn profitable. Raging Rhino, man, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for the membership. Welcome.
I realized I wasn't even a member myself.
Yeah. Fuck you for not having a membership before.
Yeah.
But now, welcome to Tugs.
Yeah.
Liberal asked about the color timing, so we got that one. Vanessa, thanks for 5. You have a FlashCAST stepbrother avatar. Oh no, I gotta see what that is. Let me see what this is about. There's usually some
in your DM,
funny, weird shit. Yeah, in my DM. Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna check it and see what this is. Give me 1 second here. Oh no. Give me 1 minute. I'm gonna pull this up here. Let's check this out. Let me pull that down.
Yeah, the FlashCAST stepbrother avatar.
Yeah, look at that. Oh,
look at that. We're going to get so many activities done.
Oh, man.
Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Yeah, what's your favorite dinosaur? Velociraptor. Did we just become best friends?
Do you want to do karate in the garage? Yep.
Yep.
Fucking A, man. That's hilarious.
I'm
By the
going to
way,
put my balls on your drum set.
Oh, yeah, that'd be a...
I teabagged your fucking drum set.
That's hilarious. By the way, I'm going to give Dead Punk some love, man. He does some amazing stuff like that. Fun times indeed.
One of the last great comedies that was just a pure comedy. That was, and that was kind of the thing. And then, not to bring it back to Bad Boys 4 again, but like, I did not expect. I mean, I knew Bad Boys would be funny, but like, I did not expect this one to be as funny as it was. Like, I mean, especially if you love Martin, you're gonna love this one. Yeah. So.
Did you see?
I love the bit in Step Brothers where he walks in, he's like, "What are you doing? Watching TV? Why are you sweating? It's Shark Week."
It's Shark Week. Yeah.
Have you seen those two guys? I saw this on. I couldn't find it. I was going to pull it up again, but there's two guys from some other country. I don't remember, and they look just like Martin Lawrence and Will Smith.
Yes. Oh, I saw that.
Yes, I saw that. They're at a bus stop or something.
I wanted to pull that up, but I was like, I can't find the damn thing.
Oh shit! Paulie showed it the other night, last night when we were talking about the movie. Shit, I don't know if we can find it or not. I'll try and find it.
Yeah, see if you see it real quick, because that was hilarious. Because at first I thought, man, they look. What's wrong with them? They look a little off or something, but it looks like them at the same time. It looked like it looked like a Wish version of them.
Yes.
Yeah, if we're gonna buy those two off of it. But it was funny because you did have to do a double take. You're like, is that really them? Maybe they're just aging a little off. Does the camera really make you look like that? If you run across it, Todd, let me know. Coffee Kitty, thanks for the 5. Thank you for the fun stream. I don't like thinking internet drama could limit these fun streams. It has its purposes too. I mean, again, I'm not trying to down anybody that covers whatever. There's a whole sector of the internet that covers that. I just,
it's not for me.
I don't want to be the
tug.
You got it? Did you say?
I said it's not for tug. It's not for me.
Yeah,
like there are people out there that just don't want to get involved in the drama. Like if we've got an issue with somebody, like if I had an issue with somebody, I would much rather not make it a public forum, like put it in the public forum. I'd rather get behind closed doors with that person and actually have a conversation, because I also feel like with a lot of these drama things, if some of the people that were having some of these conflicts, not always, but if some of these people that were having some of these conflicts actually got in a room and actually talked it out, as opposed to, you know, via this stream, via that stream, or even just commenting on Twitter or something like that, those things can tend to blow out of proportion. Whereas if you actually have a conversation with the person, it's can.
No, I mean, you know, I've put out, we're behind on it, but we've almost got our delivery of our third comic, and a lot of people help with those three. A lot. Yeah. Comicscape, you know, again, I appreciate the shit out of that, and I don't. When you get into that, like if we were to have a falling out, like, you know, again, not to throw anyone else in, so I'll just say, if we were to have a conflict and it got nasty, it's lose-lose, because ultimately it asks people
to choose.
Yeah, and when they choose, like, there's no winning in that. People like the idea that you get along. They like that idea. And if there are behind the scenes issues, I don't like those spilling out. I mean, there's also, I've had days where I've not liked many people, you know, and I'm sure if you went back far enough, if you know, one of the things I hate with private DMs and stuff getting out, because you know, somebody might piss me off, and someone I talk to I consider a friend or something, I may have vented to them, you know, and that happens in real life. You know, your best friends, your family, brothers, you fight, you know, and you get that out. And usually it used to be behind closed doors, but these days everything becomes public. Yeah. And I don't know. It's kind of sad there. I want to have fun streams, you know?
Yep.
Matthew, thanks for the 5 there. The new Bad Boys movie was surprisingly good. In theaters, packed, sold out showings. It was one of those good 90s action movies. Were there a lot of people there when you saw the movie, Kid John?
No, I was kind of worried because I went to, but it was an earlier showing in a DLX screen, which is like a little bit higher end screen with Dolby Atmos and all that business. And there was only me and 2 other guys in the theater, so I was like worried. I'm like, oh shit, this is not bode well for this movie. Yeah. But then I heard it's kind of overperforming from expectations, so that's good. And I kind of was wondering, like, internationally, how Will Smith would be doing still too. So
how's that movie? How is it doing money wise? Let me look at
it. It did 20-some million between Thursday and Friday, and it'll probably finish off the weekend around 50 million domestically. And
also too, the word of mouth getting out there that people are actually enjoying the movie and actually think it's pretty good will do good for it.
It was what, $100 million, I believe, somewhere right in there.
Yeah, right in there.
So I mean, it'll make its money. You know?
Well, not only that, Sony has the deal with Netflix, so even if it doesn't do all that well, they'll probably sell it to Netflix for 50-60 million bucks.
Right.
So yeah, they'll make some money on it. That's why Garfield. That's why Sony's making hand over fist on Garfield right now. That's it. Same reason.
Hell, man, a lot of. I went and saw the Meg 2, which was a colossal disappointment in my opinion. I liked the Meg, like, you know, giant shark movie, fucking eating everybody. Great movie, you know. Yeah. Meg 2 was, it was an environmental message, you know, blah blah blah. Jason Statham couldn't be beaten, you know, he's on a jet ski fighting, beating sharks down. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? But still, it made a lot of money. It made a lot of money, and
especially internationally. Yeah, like Jason Statham's huge internationally.
Yeah.
Is that Tom?
It is. I did find it.
Oh shit! Yeah, look at this. Check this out.
This is funny. Yeah.
É nada que eu tô vendo isso. Oh, rapaz, é os bad boys, hein?
Look at that.
Mas eles não lançaram o filme
It's so uncanny.
It is, man.
It looked just like him, yeah.
I know, when I first saw that. I mean, you had to do a double take until they spoke, until you got in closer and you could see. I was like, what's wrong with Will Smith? He looks, you know. Are they de-aging him or something? That's what people look like when they de-age them these days.
They both look like younger versions of
They
the
do.
character. Yeah.
They need to be. They need to come into movies as stunt doubles or something. You know,
Shit,
they gotta hire
got
these
this
guys.
guy to play his son, man. Holy shit.
Or they do it, or they do an Indian version of the movie.
I don't know.
Yeah, they don't need to translate it. They just do it in Indian.
I wouldn't be surprised if they don't have their own version of it. To be honest. They got like their own version of everything.
I'd wondered. I mean, with everything else, so many movies do have, an Indian version or whatever. So I did wonder. I wondered if they were involved. If not, they should be.
What you
Especially
gonna do when they come for
before,
you?
go back to the beginning of the video, especially before he turns around. It actually from the back really does look like Will is standing.
Yeah, right there.
Right there.
And even the guy, the Martin guy, really, he still looks like him. I mean, from there, look at that. That's Martin.
Especially young Martin. Holy shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
God, Martin's plumped out a bit and stuff.
And I fucking like Martin though. Like Martin,
I love him. Yeah.
Yeah, he's been amazing for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and I loved him in this one. Like I mean, I always loved him, but like this one is like, I was like, man, after this, he's got some of the best bits in this one. I can't wait to hear you guys think about it.
Somebody was like Bad Boy, BHADBOIS voice. I love it, man. That's great, dude. Thank you for floating.
Yeah,
that,
no problem.
I'm glad you can find it because I looked for it at first, and I
couldn't remember where they were from, and I'm like, okay, so I went.
Yeah,
back
that was
and
my
actually...
problem. I kept trying to remember, instead of lookalikes, nobody tagged it a specific way to make it easy to find.
No.
Good as.
Gil, thanks for the 2. Thanks for the company this Sunday morning, Jabs. Hey, appreciate you. For sure. Halcyon, thanks for the 2. The GD Catalina wine mixer.
It's the Catalina wine mixer.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think it's the fucking Catalina wine mixer, isn't it? That's what they say in the movie.
Boats and hoes.
Have you guys seen this? I forgot to bring this up. So, have you seen the Adobe stuff that's been going on?
I heard a little bit about it, which is fucked up because I do have Adobe for editing and a few other things, but I don't really use it all that much.
Yeah, let me see if I can find that. So in there, let me pull this up real fast.
They want to spy on what creators make, like problematic. What does it say?
Yeah, and like they can supposedly.
Here it is. It's right here.
Yeah.
Wow.
License to your content. They know this is the same thing like a Twitter has in theirs. You grant us non-exclusive, worldwide, royalty-free sub-license, license to use, reproduce, publicly display, distribute, modify, etc., etc. Basically, they have the rights to do whatever the fuck they want with your stuff.
The modify thing's scary. They can modify what you're doing, what you're making.
Yeah.
There was so this guy from Adobe is like, we've always been able to do that. And it's like, but we wouldn't. And people are like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's in your brand new license there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it didn't make me feel any better when this guy that actually reps Adobe came out and was saying, yeah, we've always been able to do that. I really drink that idea in, So I'm supposed to trust this company that if first of all, they have the right to spy on my individual software, which is fucked up because they're just overtly admitting it. And not only that, but if they find something they really like, while I'm putting this together, they may take it and do whatever the fuck they want with it. Yeah, people. I saw when this first came up. Grums brought this up. It's the first person I saw say something about it. But recently, again, if people haven't seen their answer to that, it said every cloud service requires a license solely for the purpose of operating. This has been there over a decade, but our summary language didn't clarify. So we posted a clarification.
Oh, clarification. Yeah.
Yeah, and their clarification.
That's just the next step to them actually doing it. Let's be real.
Yeah.
So then they can say, like this guy just said, no, it's always been a part of our deal.
Let me pull that clarification real fast.
The thing is most people when they're like installing it or whatever, and you got to agree to the terms.
You don't read this shit. There's a South Park episode about it.
Yeah.
The human centipede one, yeah.
Yeah.
And they're not, well, here's the view of what's updated. And, they note that that's there.
Update,
Yeah, and they say, but to be clear, they require a limited license to access content solely for the purposes of operating and improving services. So, they're like, well, this allows us to make sure there's not abusive content.
What do they consider abusive content, though? That's the question.
Yeah, they put in the stuff, obviously, everybody is going to be like, gross, CP. Okay, that's 100%. But the thing is, they don't define how far. What else do they consider? Are they going into quote unquote
my
hate
point?
speech?
That's my question. Yeah, like, what exactly do they consider that? Like, if I am editing something that has a few images of something that I'm talking about and they don't like it, are they
like if I'm doing an alternate World War II, for example, and there are Yahtzees in it. I mean, they don't like the. They don't like the symbol in there or something. What are they going to do to my stuff? Or they don't like an idea that I have.
Well, imagine when you were covering the Amber Heard Johnny Depp thing, and you were doing something, and they're like, "Oh, we don't like how he's talking about Amber Heard here, so we're going to go in there and change it." Or
actually, what's funny is this reminds me of something I just reposted, and I'm not going to bring it up because of what it says here, because I don't need to get your shit shut down. But that's a great example of what we're talking about here. And there was this idiot. No, I wouldn't call him an idiot, but this guy who was all upset. He is kind of an idiot, though. About Spotify.
He is an idiot.
Yeah, I get where he's coming from, but I don't think he's really realizing the ramifications of what he's saying. Because I'll get to my point here in just a second. Was that just set it up to so you know what, for context what I'm talking about. He was all upset about Spotify having this this very racist music on there, and I guess a lot of this is from like the 1960s or something like that. And he wants to have it deplatformed, even though the original singer, most of the stuff is dead now or something like that too. But he wants it deplatformed or whatever. And so a lot of people are like, oh, you're all for canceling and stuff like that. And they're like, oh, he's like, oh no, I'm not canceling them. I just don't think somebody like Spotify should platform them. They can go play their music to racist idiots wherever they want and blah, 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 blah. It's like, well, so my response to that was, okay, then what about Cop Killer and Fuck the Police?
Yeah, I was thinking rap. There's
quite a bit of okay, so what's look? I may not like that idea. I don't think I do. I think I have the choice not to listen to that, but I'm not going to take that away from anybody who wants that for whatever reason. I mean, I don't have the context.
I mean, shit, like, Gorillas in the Mist, A to the K to the 4 to the 7, little devils all go to heaven, talking about, whites. I mean, enjoyable stuff. I mean, God, you'd have to strip out entire genres of music. Oh my God.
And that's the thing. It's like, that's why, and again, not to refer to another South Park episode, but I believe every answer in life is found in South Park. And here's another one again. Either all of it's okay, or none of it is. Right. And that goes for just about everything except for the obvious, like we brought up earlier, the CP and certain things like that.
Yeah.
But that's, like one thing we all kind of agreed with, right? Like it's kind of like a standard agreement. Outside of that, I'm not going to sit here and tell Ryan what he can watch in his fucking house or listen to on his fucking radio. If he wants to listen to a song called Ends Suck, or If I Could Be an End for a Day, or Quit Your Bitchin' Anner, then that's his fucking problem. Right? I don't have to agree with him.
Yep.
Well, I'm spinning Fuck the Police, right? Like, so
there's a rap genre, I guess, horrorcore, and it's like it involves cannibalism and all kinds of just trying to be shocking shit, and it has gone through banning. I remember when they tried to ban the whole genre. They actually succeeded in taking it from being like not noticed at all to like a Brother Lynch Hung, for example. I mean, surprisingly, who's on YouTube. If you ever want to see what I'm talking about. But I mean, it's objectionable stuff at the same time. I can't imagine fucking deplatforming entire movements in music because some asshole. We are to that point, though. We are to that point where some jackass one person could make that decision, and damn, once one domino falls, once one platform bans it too, like Spotify decides it, that opens the floodgates. All these other places, they're going to ban it as well.
Yeah.
I hate that. That's just, it's so weird. But here was the super chat. Hey there, Tug. Have you seen the Adobe drama? They want to spy on what creators make. Yeah, the spying thing is just wild. Just them admitting, yeah, we watch what you do. You know, like problematic thumbnails. Maybe that's branding going full DEI.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like. You know, if you, I remember when PayPal, you remember when they first got blowback before they started just actively censoring everyone? It started popping up in their terms of service, and people brought that up, and they gave the same type of answers that Adobe's giving right now. They were like, no, this is just, you know, it's a small thing. It's not a big deal, you know? And they had to walk a lot of that back because of blowback. And it was linked to, like, just a handful of weirdos that were fucking working there, you know? And it's just wild. Adam, thanks for 5. Hey, guys, you check out Battletech's story about the Black Marauder. It is a evil being living in a battle mech. It's creepy. I'll have to check that out. I have not. But have any of you?
I haven't even heard of it.
Yeah, I'll check it out, though, for sure. And Matthew, thanks for the 5 there. The greatest shot in the new Bad Boys movie was the house shootout, viewing it through security cameras, similar to John Wick 4, Dragon Breath scene.
Yeah, I didn't want to give too much away from the movie because there's some great bits in it. So, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I love about these new directors is they take all the stuff that we did like about the first 2 films and they add their own fresh spin and twist on it. So, like, yeah, but you were about to say, I'm sorry there.
No, I think that's one of the good things with, like, modern technology. And, you know, when we have cameras everywhere. So, yeah, if you start thinking about, hey, we could watch this through a security camera, we could watch it through this or that. I mean, that's how we consume a lot of our media anyway. We see it through Ring doorbells and, you know.
Yep.
So, I mean, that's very true. All right.
Very cool.
I'm at the end of that. Anything you guys want to add? We can close it out otherwise.
No, if I could give a shameless plug.
No, never. No, I'm just playing. Go ahead.
Look, guys, obviously I cover a lot of Star Wars over on my channel. I would greatly appreciate, we've got nearly 1,000 people here. I am sitting currently at 5,700 subscribers. I would love to get to 6,000 if that would be possible.
Yeah, Raging Rhino is criminally undersubbed, in my opinion.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, brother.
Obviously, I've got my stream every week that I do, which is always a lot of fun. Come and check that out. Casual Rage on Fridays or Thursday nights if you are in America. And then these are some of my better videos. I will say that in regards to like their scripted videos. They're not just me sitting there rambling. So they're scripted and well edited, I think. At least I think so.
I like the way you said that, though. You're like, Friday. It sounded like if you're in America, yeah, you can check these out. Otherwise, fuck all you Australians.
Yeah, well, it's a bit like that, to be honest. With the time that I do it. There's obviously a video on Ahsoka, and I probably will try and work on doing like a essay video on the Acolyte stuff once that finally does finish. It is a lot of revolving around Star Wars based stuff, but I do go into other stuff here and there, but it is predominantly Star Wars. So if you want to watch the Acolyte through my eyes, please come over, give us a sub, and I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm waiting for your channel to blow up one day, but it will happen. You'll hit a topic that, it'll just get spotlighted, and it will happen, man. Like I said, criminally undersubbed. Definitely check out Raging Rhino.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, brother.
Thanks, chat. You guys are awesome.
Yep. Tom, you want to add anything?
Sure, you can find me on Midnight's Edge, of course, and Midnight's Edge After Dark. It is a different channel. I know some people may not realize that, but yeah. Check me out at those places, and thanks for having me, Tug. It was always fun to get to hang out with you.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, man. All right, well, I'm gonna kill it here. Appreciate everybody, and we will. Man, we've been on 4 hours.
4.5 hours. Yeah, it's crazy.
Thanks, Rex.